States of the Future 2 propõe diálogo estratégico sobre pré-requisito fundamental para o desenvolvimento sustentável: a capacidade do Estado. Em cenário
of the states and facing geopolitical disorder, democratic tension, climate change, and technology advancement, the public sector and legitimacy becomes crucial and vital to continue dialogues while when Brazil started back in 2024 G20 to lead this movement. Let us gather here today, influencers and political figures, to build a more sustainable future. This event is organized by the Ministry of Management and Innovation of Brazil, the UNO Development Program, and Ibero-American states and FGV. Thank you for welcoming us here today in your auditorium. Thank you so much. Let me invite today Ministry of Management and Innovation, Ms. Sterdulek. President of COP30. Director of BNDES, our development bank. Welcome to the stage. Now, the floor is yours, Ms. Campelo, Social Director for our development bank, BNDES. You have the floor.
Muito bom dia.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate Minister Esther and all other organizers of this great event. I think it is vital to make a stop, to reflect on and to think about the challenges of the modern state, and specifically of the Brazilian states. We have not thought sufficiently about this. Last year we opened this debate, and we are now back trying to bring this to the stage once again. Andrea, preparing for COP, which is how to organize and implement the state's capabilities and facing all these developments we face here today. So once again, thank you and welcome everyone. I congratulate you all for this initiative to think about all these issues. So once again, our dear Minister and Mr. Andrea, we have been meeting repeatedly because COP, Andrea, we were in Belém last week, now we are here today. So yeah, COP, we have a few weeks to go, and we've been working like crazy. When Francisco Chico, as he is known, insisted for me to be here, he wanted me to talk about a certain issue, but I will not, because everybody looks at me and sees Bolsa Família, and I want to, change this page. I am not going to talk about the social agenda here today, and I thought, what can I talk about? What can I bring to the table here today? I thought about, the, endless, we every day we are, overwhelmed with, challenges and this quickness, the intensity with which things have been happening here today. I mean, a state which is still thinking about what to do and how to react, but there's not enough time to, be on the same page. So I thought about thinking about Rio Grande do Sul here today, the south of Brazil, because if we're going to talk about climate change, we had this last year, this great tragedy, 2024. Just last year, this giant disaster, natural disaster, one of the greatest our country has suffered and faced. The state of Rio Grande do Sul with those heavy rains, which, attacked 96% of the state, of the region, and of its economy. There are some people from Uruguay present here today. It could have been, those rain torments could have destroyed Uruguay, but today everybody has forgotten about this. I mean, nobody talks about it anymore. So let's get back a bit. I mean, less than a year ago, one very important whole state of ours in our country was destructed. I mean, it was very severe, industries, the airports, machinery, technology, everything was destroyed. So it was an event which, with a magnitude such, which was huge. And the Brazilian state, we answered back with great capability of getting back on our feet, pulling together, coming together. So congrats on that. And we, in the beginning of last year, this tragedy in Rio Grande do Sul, the federal government and all actors involved, we created a structure which was capable of reacting, of rebuilding BNDES, our development bank. Some people were, moved and began living there to work diligently and intensely down there. This was a great reorganization we made in order to face such a dramatic event. The Brazilian state and the federal government invested 112 billion reais, 112 billion. We mobilized, 32 billion through our bank to rebuild companies down there, the industry of the state, the airport, Salgado Filho, which was totally destroyed. I mean, small, medium, and large companies were completely destroyed, and we rebuilt them, and we practically rebuilt the whole state. Could we have done better? Yes, if we were better prepared for that, such as we must be prepared, because this happened last year, and, it can happen anytime soon again in other states of Brazil. So we must learn with this experience. We must prepare for future events and to react rapidly, instantly. So we did a good job, but we can do even better. I want to point out two great lessons from these events. I mean, this was so recent. Chico, look, my conclusions were two. First of all, I looked for literature, reports, and articles written on this, not about the numbers per se, but which would reflect not only on the tragedy, but what we did, errors, mistakes, good things, bad things. We didn't do anything. I mean, so when I look at everything, the information available, this brings us to stop and think about, we must think about this. If we're thinking about state capabilities, we must learn with what we did. I mean, rebuilding the airport, rebuilding in a whole state, rebuilding bridges, roads, companies. I mean, looking at the huge impact, regarding, improvisation, coordination, difficulties, everything involved, I mean, everything that went on during that period, we were very criticized. We were very, under a lot of pressure. And the result is that the state of Rio Grande do Sul, I love it because I lived there for almost 15 years. People think I'm from there, but I'm not. I mean, but I love it dearly, and I mean, I love its people, and it holds a great place in my heart. When you look at what happened with that state, which has been for a long time a state which grows less than Brazil, its economy grows less than the national one. It has a lot of work to be done. It has a lot of problems and issues to be solved. And Rio Grande do Sul, I mean, it's a great event. There's a lot of work to do. In the year of its greatest tragedy, it grew almost 5%, whereas the national, the whole country grew 3.5%. So what do people say about that? It is due to the resilience of this state's economy. I mean, frankly, Ster, economists say that. I mean, this is a bit, how dare them? I mean, I think this is not fair, and I think it's absurd, to talk about this regarding Brazil and to talk about Brazil this way. Other states helped in rebuilding that state. I mean, you can call it a mini Marshall Plan. You can take a lot of lessons. I mean, the whole country pulled together to rebuild that state after this climate tragedy, if you will. And I mean, no, it was due to the resilience of that state's economy. So do not be unfair to the national economy and efforts. I mean, we helped out very much. If you regard human resources, the people we mobilized, we could have done even better. We are here, gathered here today to prepare even better and generate capacity, abilities, skills for the future. Investments which were done, these 112 billion, we are going to, balance the economy, rebalance it. I mean, the state, the country, if you talk about taxes and income, law, budgets, credits, what a brutal effort in all these areas. I mean, thank God we have resilience. We are resilient, but it's due to the Brazilian state's resilience. So let us give credit and thank and be legitimate. I mean, on one of, I'm a bit curious, and one of the panels we're going to have here today and tomorrow, let me look for it. One of the debates here, I believe it will be tomorrow, we are going to discuss precisely this issue. I mean, it is very appropriate, because if we do not build this narrative, this counter-narrative, if you will, which says that it was not due to the strength of the Gaúcha, the Rio Grande do Sul's industry, energy, agriculture. I mean, everybody played a role, donations, everything. But there was one articulate investment in this rebuilding of the state, which must not be forgotten. And I think we sometimes are mistaken when we do not point this out, document it, register it, talk about it, and report it properly. So let us take, the lessons we must, and take things to, consequences, and let us make society reflect. Let us give credit to those who deserve it and continue this discussion. People saying, I mean, the state is not unnecessary. I mean, the consequences of everything that happened last year, and the state did not play the role. I mean, this debate, every time we have a new law which is approved. We must take into consideration, we must think about this. So I'm bringing to the table Rio Grande do Sul's case study because it's very recent, it is very fresh in our minds still. It is over, but let us not erase it from history. Let us take the lessons, and what we suffered, everything we went through regarding Porto Alegre, the city, of Porto Alegre, this great city, and Porto Alegre had gone in the 1940s through something, and the protection system of that town, of that city, was abandoned, but it got restructured, and Porto Alegre could have been, more preserved if we were better prepared. So anyway, the system of defense of the town of Porto Alegre, the city of Porto Alegre, should have been in better conditions when we found it and better prepared for what happened last year. So this is my first calling. Let us reflect. Let us think deeply about this process. Even write about it. Let's think of what we did regarding our bank, for instance. I'm sure other institutions learn about it. But, for instance, one of our management and departments changed. Maria Fernanda's
mas que inclui eventos
department has been restructured for credit and to face extreme events. Right now, they are managing one which does not have to do with climate, which is a tragedy of Vale do Rio Doce, and we learned a lot with that one as well. So now, with this recent tragedy, non-climate one, which is Trump's tax reform upon Brazil, we put together a task force and have been able to, react fast, quick, think about it, and respond rapidly to anything which falls on our lap. And society is on board, and this is one of our major tasks today, which is the Brazilian state being able to fight and even to face some economists, in the state of Rio, all throughout Brazil, people who insist on negating the state's capability, skills, and abilities to respond not only to climate events, but other ones as well. Secondly, my second point here is André, which is known as Andrezinho dearly, is, let us talk a bit about what we've been doing in COP. I want to do my marketing here now. So these great events we hold, Andrea, recurrently, over and over again, people prepare beforehand to criticize them. Be it the World Cup, be these conferences, whatever you have. I know the press is present here today in the audience, and one of the major criticisms are that, two points are always, be it in Paris, be it in Egypt, wherever, and in Brazil, two things always come to the table. First of all, the reforms, construction, rebuilding is just, they're just makeup. They're makeup, they make up and cover up, buildings, auditoriums, painting, repainting buildings, and this is just, wrapping them, but not the content. And secondly, building huge structures which after the events do not serve for anything after that. In Belém, we're doing something very surprising and the opposite of what in these events has been done and is always criticized. In Belém, we are, when COP, everybody says, Belém, President Lula wanted to hold this conference in Belém because he wanted to hold this in the Amazon, and he wanted to show to the world not a Belém city, a city of Belém, but difficulties of infrastructure and the need of investments in Belém.
So we had a meeting with the government and also with the company BNDES, where we had a proposition with a group of actions to face some of the problems that Belém is showing for a long time, and we are doing some preparing some new plannings for this, and we have some requirements that we need to fulfill. For the ones who do not know, Belém, it's a great city, historical city, but it has grown over the city called Guarapés. We also had some traditional structure. We also had a movement for the poor people from the city. They moved to some other areas. It's not specifically a slum, but it's a place where they live, and they are suffering a lot with floods as a recurrent actions. There we have a situation that we have heavy rains constantly, and it's always raining. That's why we have to be concerned about this city. We have around 500 people suffering these flood situations repeatedly. That's why we are now having a restructured plan to have a different distribution of people in that city. But we know that these areas, we won't have any visit from the tourism groups. I believe Andrea had the opportunity to visit some of our structure this Friday. After I finish here, could you please comment a little bit about your visit? But we have now two huge channels. These territories that we are talking about are the ones who leave the poor people. This is not the place where the tourists will be, and also will not be the place where the events from COP30 will happen, but we have to take care of them. We invested more than 30 millions on that area. It's an investment from the government of the states, and the purpose is to change the life of the citizens from Belém forever. One of the places where we visited with President Lula from this last Friday, we have launched the majority of the places, and this is the first time that President Lula was there. And why was this situation so surprisingly? Because it was we could only deliver this projects right now. There are some people that are criticizing us, saying that we are taking so much time to deliver this. And the reason is we have lots of difficulties, many people living in the places where we needed that space to the event to happen. But we could solve everything in time, and we are leaving a legacy to the city. We also have now two new terminals that will happen a lot for us to receive this other groups that we invited to the COP30. We have this two new terminals that will be a legacy to the city, and part of the tourists won't even know because we are taking care of some other structures. So this capacity of the Brazilian government to go to Belém to organize the things with the local government and to think about the poor people and also to think about the legacy that we're going to leave to the city. We know that the climate changes are affecting these areas. This flood situation is happening recurrently. That's why we have to be prepared to face this challenge during the COP30. It's not only, but not only because of that. We are not doing some things there because of this event. We have to change the life of that people that lives there. It has nothing to do with the COP30, but we are just using the excuse of this event to change people's lives. And we know that it's possible to change the structure of the city and to have this as this actions as a legacy to the city. I was really glad to be there in Belém last Friday. I please kindly ask André to talk about the places that he has visited. I was positively surprised. We will be prepared to receive everyone and to have this huge event and a spectacular event. We have practically everything ready to receive all of our guests. Was really impacted because we have finished everything that we said we would. We have now real conditions to receive all the tourists and all the groups, all the political groups, and once again to show the world that we're not only doing some new things in Belém because of this event. We are doing things there to change the structure of the city. We have many actions that we did in partnership with BNDES, and we did this to deliver this event and also to make that people lives better. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Ms. Teresa Campello. Now I would like to invite Mr. André Correia Lago, President of COP30 in Brazil. Thank you once again for the invitation, and Minister, thank you for this invitation. It's an honor to be here with Teresa. I will talk now about BNDES, our development bank, but I'm really happy to be here in this event. This is so important because we will have COP30 in a few days, but we know that we have many challenges that we are going to face with this climate changes. It's an element that is completely connected to the state responsibility. We know that we have a main role on this matter. That's why this 2 days will be very important, and I'm really glad for that. I will really try to deliver some information here. I think that Teresa has used it in a very good example, talking about the Rio Grande do Sul situation, because last year the whole country understood that because of some extreme disasters that we had, these two principal lines regarding climate changes, I know that we have a category that is mitigation, which is the efforts to reduction of things, and also the adaptation, because for many years the majorities of the negotiators, and I am in this group, we thought that mitigation was more important than adaptation, because this is kind of a consequential action. And this I'm talking about 20 years ago. But the acceleration of this climate changes, the knowledge that we have now, the scientific knowledge, allowed us to have a different perspective about this matter and how these extreme events accelerated and are repeating with the time. Last year we had the situation in Rio Grande do Sul that is a classic example of adaptation. We know that if the structure was remained, or if we have any prediction about this heavy rain period. If we knew in advance about this, we could have done some things to avoid that situation. Otherwise, we also had some empty rivers in the Amazon area, and we know that only mitigation will allow us not to have the situation in the future again. We know that we have to use this kind of impact, such as that rivers that we could see some pictures and some movies, was in a very scary situation that we have seen recently. And Teresa was really, it was really happy because you commented this matter about the impact. How do you deal with this situation and the impact that it has in the economical perspective of Brazil? You know that we are always thinking about these meetings that we are having in, for example, with little islands. Now I'd like to compliment the ambassador of Barbados that is here with us. She is the most popular ambassador of Brasilia, but the country that she represents is a symbolic country and very important. For example, an extreme event in Rio Grande do Sul, in a little island of Caribbean or in the Pacific Ocean, it simply destroy the country, so it has no conditions to recover the activities of this country if you do not have the support of the government. We have to think about the infrastructure, because when we have such events like this, we must help people to recover and to solve the situation, because we have inevitable situations such as that, and we call that emergencies. I believe that this climate changes affects directly this people from great countries, because we are now have some plans about this countries. But last year we could see how different things can be adapted, and sometimes, unfortunately, because of the actual reality. The problem that we have today is that what we have in the government today we consider normal, and everything that when the government fails, people consider that it's an absurd. But we have many things, and we have done many things that people do not know anything about it. I know that you were right to reinforce what we did in Rio Grande do Sul, because we had some complex circumstances in that places, considering that we had a better situation than we thought. We had a capacity to coordinate and to be fast. The speed in this case is very important. We were very fast to solve the problems, and I hope, as I said, we're not taking here any conclusions, but I believe that with the lesson learned was that government must help, and people must also help the government to act its original role. We know that in the whole world it happens, but inside of the government, we have many people that are really have gigantic efforts to solve these problems. Now we have three priorities. We can see that in government, the president is really concerned about the negotiation of this issue. One of the things is to strengthen the multilateral negotiations. I know that it's a diplomatic situation, but it means that we need these international institutions to be here dealing with us, because they represent this international democracy. In a country with such a little island or in a development period, we must have some mother countries here to negotiate. This single negotiations is not so good for these little countries. It's a limited situation. So to strengthen this multilateralism negotiations, it's not only a diplomatic situation, it's a strengthen the democracy. That's why the president defended democracy in his speech in New York, because defending this, we are defending international democracy. This is one thing that is absolutely essential and very important for us. And the second thing is we need to try to translate what this international agreement will bring to our actual situation and to people's lives here. Because everybody is talking about this with acronyms such as BNDS or NDCs, and most of the people do not really know the meaning of these letters. So we have to show people that, for example, the Paris Agreement that was signed 10 years ago, the science considered that we were going above 4 degrees. But after 10 years of that agreement, we are going above 2.7 degrees. Because the impact of this is absolutely gigantic. But unfortunately, the science in this 10 years, they could see that if it's possible to get a little less than 2 degrees, it's not so bad. But we know they have a lot of things to do, a lot of work ahead, and this Paris Agreement must fulfill the things that we said that we were supposed to do. And the third priority is to involve everything and all the international institutions, all the actors, all the players, trying to stop the climate changes or to have some different actions over it. The Paris Agreement, we can find some process created to negotiation. However, we could have a proof that it's really hard to implement some actions. I can give you an example. Inside of the United Nations, the General Secretary of United Nations said that the PNUD is a kind of coordinator of the agencies from the United Nations to implement the Paris Agreement. But we need to go beyond that. We need the World Banks, the FMI, and some other institutions. And why is that? Then I'm getting back to the example of Rio Grande do Sul here in Brazil. These things, to avoid this kind of situation, we need to have a plan and the participation of some other institutions that are not connected to the climate changes problems. I believe that it's the first time that we created this group of ministers. For example, Mr. Haddad is coordinating now many other participants of the government. I believe that this will be the legacy that we'll leave for the COP30, because we have the ministers of the environment and some other. And Marina Silva said that 18 years ago. She said, for the COP to be okay, we need to have a situation that the minister must be aware about the real problems that we have. It's completely different when we have a minister that is inside of the government acting and implementing the things that we signed. Because if we sign a document, we know that we have the Minister of the Environment involved. It requires that all these concepts must be inside of the states, and we must not only sign a document, we must do what we were supposed to do. This document is clearly saying that our government incorporated the needs, the real needs, and to have this climate changes inside of the priorities of the government. Actually, this incorporation of climate changes is something important, and we also have to see this as an opportunity that we have now. And why is that? Because Brazil have done many other things. If we compare to the other development countries, we had lots of progress, and we also consider that they're normal, but they are exceptional. We are really well prepared for this new stage of the world economy. on which this climate changes matters will be priorities. We know that we have many other opportunities in this new economy. Some people call it transition period. I know that Brazil is a development country that will act a lot inside of this group. I'm particularly happy to be here talking to you in this debate because we have the opportunity to bring the importance of this event to the government, because with all of these years in the negotiation agreement, we had the Kyoto Protocol back there in 1995, and then we also had a renewal of that, which was called the Paris Agreement. We know that United States is out of this agreement, but it's another issue. But we can say that along these years, many things were solved. We are now implementing some things that we don't have to wait for any other negotiation. We are really ready to do, and the main rules that we had in the Paris Agreement were already negotiated. Now we have the structure to implement things, and what we need now is to have the states working with us to help us implement this plan. I don't know if you know, but the majority of this audience is made of Brazilians, and I don't know if you know, but we have an international recognition of the actions that we are doing. We are acting smartly, and it's a very important thing that is happening in this new economy that is coming in, and I think that this will be a very important event, and it also will be a very important demonstration to our country and to the world as well.
Now let us hear the Ministry of Innovation and Management, Ms. Ster. Thank you very much. First of all, hello everyone. Congratulations to all of you being here today. I'm very happy to be here today. Hello, Ms. Teresa. Thank you for your contribution and for representing BNDES. You have been our main partner in so many projects for the benefit of Brazil. So this is very important to have you here today. Ambassador Andrea, President of COP30, and congratulate you on everything you've been doing. Brazil has prepared immensely for this convention, the COP, which is about to happen in Belém. Everything you said and made us think about was very important to open this event. And I want to also say hello and a huge welcome to many other partners who are present here today. The UN, and so many other missions present here today, and representatives of the United Nations system. So I believe we are going to discuss Ms. Claudia, who's present here today, and the United Nations Development Plan, your whole team who are present here today. OEI, Rodrigo, could not come here, and obviously FGV, Getúlio Vargas Foundation, who is welcoming us here today, and your researchers and professors and this whole auditorium. We are here today, so I want to thank you all for coming together. President Carlos Simonsen, Professor Flavio, and on behalf of them, thank you everyone, partners. And now, naturally, I want to thank also my team, on behalf of our Secretary of State Transformation, Chico, correct? Thank you so much. Celina, Rafael, your whole team who's present here today. You guys have been working diligently. And the team from my ministry, everyone who's present here today, I wanna thank you for. I want to thank you for being present here today. Once again, the ministry within G20's development group last year as well, and one of our partners, when you speak about development, ministries and public management ministries and so on are more active and pull together, you know, alongside the Ministry of Economy, providing financial resources which are often hard to mobilize for these projects. So Teresa, now yesterday we had the unified national exam. We're very happy because it happened yesterday. Last year we had the first one yesterday, and our exam happened last year during the week of this tragedy. And you know, the state's governor said, look, the city of Porto Alegre and our regions, we were, you know, it was going to be underwater, literally. So we know about climate change and surprises and so on. These are the most difficult ones to preview, but there is technology available today which is very advanced. So when you are able to mobilize resources, human resources, people, teams, were able to respond rapidly, such as we did. For the years to come, we intend to improve it. He called me up on May 1st. He said, there's no way to hold this exam here today. There are 2 million candidates about to take this test, and then we came to the decision, which was the best one back then, upon this tragedy, which was very recent, as Teresa just mentioned. You know, ever since the federal government, you know, saw its dimension, it was unprecedented. The response, the quickness, the solution we were able to provide was, you know, never before seen in Brazil. I mean, emergency purchases and hirings were made all over, and we were able to control the situation to the best of our knowledge, and we learned a lot about it, and we're much more prepared for future ones, catastrophes and tragedies, and to react more and more rapidly. The federal government thought about building this structure and leaving it ready so that if something like this happens again of such dimensions, we're ready to respond promptly. To reinforce what was said here today, the ministry, we are very, you know, directed to this. And when we did States of the Future, the first edition of this meeting and Congress, we thought about intelligent cities ready for development. And back then we reminded ourselves of two very important situations. Number one, COVID, the pandemic. Unfortunately, the diseases and old ones or new ones have to do with climate changes. And the second event was the GFC, the global financial crisis back in 2008. And for this year, our central issue of debate here is COP30, the climate conference in Belém in the state of Pará. We have been preparing our ministry, to when Brazil, we decided that Brazil, this was back in the transition of administrations, and President Lula approved this and decided we would hold this mega event. I mean, countries have been defining their goals, and then our Ministry of Finance plays a major role in this event, as well as the whole teams being trained, training people, mobilizing state-owned companies. I mean, there are infinite instruments which are directed in this effort to make this happen. Last week we had another huge event, and ENAP, a course, our school, and today was training state employees on climate change. Everybody talks about digital issues and transversalization, and everybody must be prepared. So we have invested very much in all this. We know there will never be sustainable development without a strong state, a strong government, and a robust democracy. Our president has brought another fact to the table, which is very interesting, which is also the national defense of democracy. There are two sides to that coin: multilateralism and international and national democracy. These are two biases. We are going to debate this on our next panel. I won't give you a spoiler right now, but this is a very important issue. We also know that, unfortunately, world democracies are under attack presently. On our next panel, we will dive deeper into this. In Brazil, we are recovering from a recent attack to our democracy. So this has been our ministry is totally engaged with this vision alongside the government, and we have continuously rebuilt democracy in the state, in public services, and as well as in the quality of our expenses and investments. There is a tripod: a democratic state, its efficiency in delivering products and services, and under a law, a legal point of view, we always say that our ministry was created with this goal, with this mission. So our exam yesterday is something we put together in an effort to transform the Brazilian state. And we must understand that, there's no magic. You don't transform a state, a country, rebuild it. In our vision, it is a continuous process of transformation. So our permanent name would be a secretariat for the permanent, instead of extraordinary, but a permanent transformation of the state. But to be symmetrical with other secretaries which were created at the same time, we named it extraordinary. But, the management reform and the finance reform are two different things. So it is extraordinary, but it is permanent. Just disregard the name, if you will. I mean, we're talking about a marathon here. It is a long-term project to which we must prepare constantly to improve our country. There are various initiatives towards this goal. Let me point out some of them. All of them deserve proper recognition, but we had, yesterday, in yesterday's exams, what was its goal? To guarantee in the state, in the government, to take advantage of the potency, the power of diversity, which is very marked in Brazil. I mean, Teresa, when you were minister, you had a secretary generating millions and millions of documents, reports, and articles. We have done this as well. And since it wasn't only regarding the ministry, but it was, or Rio Grande do Sul state, the ministry has the ability, to perform this analysis, and everything is documented. Secretary José Celso produces infinite books, many publishes books, with extreme speed and efficiency. We have worked very hard also in authorizing more than 15,000 positions in more than 70 institutions in Brazil, in order to offer more possibilities and positions. And also, I will point out the digital transformation, sovereignty of data, of information, strengthening SERPA and DataPrev, our two IT state-owned companies, and the national identity letter, if you will, and document, which guarantees rights to everyone. We have also done an interesting work with third parties, and we have also worked hard towards communicating better and more clearly to population. Rio Grande do Sul was a great example. I mean, the population, people, all they need to do to receive, refunds and reimbursements for everything they suffered was just through their social security number, the CPF, if you will, in Brazil. All they needed was to confirm this number, and this is you, this is your family, this is the benefit you will receive, these are the deposits. We had their bank accounts and we made the deposits instantly. So our skills to quickly refund and reimburse these people so that they could be able to rebuild their lives, and with total confidentiality of data and of personal information, was something exemplary. We have been working this way very rigidly tax-wise, and there were many changes which have occurred in order to improve public investments. One example I point out from our ministry, and President Lula created this ministry and this secretary, which assists 13 ministries regarding human resources, financial resources, purchasing, the speed in reaction, and integrating data. Estimates are of savings of around 5 billion reais, be it in the private sector as well as in the public sector, to guarantee more privacy, agility, confidentiality, and savings. So, Ambassador Andrea, we have been working towards these goals: multilateralism, international cooperation. Fernando Figueiredo is present here today, representing CLAD, Latin American Center for Development, and we've been working alongside him. We are going to speak about inequalities in Latin America and the Caribbean in another panel. So this is another very important partnership with us, and in the conversations on how to strengthen our governments and preparing COPs. So today, the need to implement all this and keep focus on it, we play a major role on this, and last week we brought 8 delegations from Amazon countries to debate scenarios and costs of inaction in the region, regarding climate. So specialists of the civil society. This Congress was held last Thursday and Friday of last week, and tomorrow this event will approach and talk about two vital issues, which are digital transformation as a tool for sustainability, including potentials and advances in artificial intelligence for efficient management, and ecological transition, purchasing power of states, and financing of all this. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we are very focused on equipping our government to face these challenges. And in closing, there will be some debates focused on Belém COP event and transforming all this in powerful actions to benefit the planet as a whole. So tomorrow will be a very productive day for us. I hope the conversations we have here today may be productive and bring practical ideas and instruments so that future states may be inclusive, democratic, and for the changes our planet needs. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister Sterduek. This is our closing remarks. We ask that you stay here to moderate our first seminar, first panel right now. Thank you again.
Muito bem.
So, ladies and gentlemen, continuing the first seminar of States of the Future 2 to COP30, we would like to invite Minister Stadwick to the moderation of this seminar, please.
Iniciaremos o
We will also start the launching of the report, Democracy and Inequality in a Balanced Situation, a Latin American perspective. We would like to invite Claudio Providas, representative of the PNUD for the Republic of Brazil. Ms. Michele Fernandes, professor of IPO UNB. And Mr. Fernando Figueira, professor of the Universidade de la República. And Mr. Leonardo Avrice, professor of UFMJ. I believe that I will start because I'll be the moderator. Once again, good morning, you all. Some of you have arrived after the opening meeting. So once again, welcome to this panel of launching of the States of the Future 2 in the reviewed and amplified version, Democracy, Latin American Perspective. Here is the document in this new version. This is a fundamental partnership and strategic partnership with the government and the Center of Development of Researches and also the PNUD department. Maybe some of you remember the first version of this report. We had the opportunity to debate last year in the climate event that occurred in Brasilia. In that occasion, we're talking about a problem that is still we're still looking for a solution. We have some inequalities that we need to reflect. We have a moment of multiple crisis where we have some capacity to amplify some decisions. As we did last year, transforming government must be a new perspective of its own, an inclusive one. The information that we have are bringing us some concerns. Just some countries from Latin America are really acting to change this scenario. We need to see things to increase the quality of our results. We have some urgent challenges that we need to solve. This new version that we launched today is better than the last one. We amplified the chapter that Professor Angelica Lota did with some partnership that we have with Chile and Ecuador that help us to understand the situations that we have, to help us to solve these problems and to bring some solutions. We have here a panel. We have here Michele Fernandes, the general editor of this publication. Michelle has a very experienced career in the system. This is inspired in the Pinot report from 2004 and the Democracy from Latin America, and also the document that Michelle used for her doctorate thesis last year. Leonardo da Vinci, Leonardo is one of the most important voices from our region in the study of democratic reports. Fernando Figueira is representing the CLADI that will bring the perspective and the importance of this debate to the government of our region, and Claudio, that will be the next to be talking here, is a representative of the Pino representative of Brazil, that will help us to bring some perspective. He has an international experience, acted by Plenute in the iron, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, and between 2004 and 2008, and also has a master in France, IAP. So Claudio, please, each one of you have 8 or 10, 8 to 10 minutes. That's what we have to be here debating. Okay, so thank you, Claudio, please. Well, very good morning. We have here Minister Stadwick and all our invitations. I will say that I am a little ashamed because all the equipment, although the people here speaks better Spanish than I speak Portuguese. So when we had this challenge, and Minister Chico said, we were talking to the secretary and also some friends in Ecuador, that we had as permanent decisions that we can call it temporary. We have some partnership with the government, local government. When we had this challenge and when we felt that we was a fundamental pillar for the democracy, we know that for us is one of the hugest challenges that we have in Latin America. We are now immediately with the responsibility. We know that the minister have a huge responsibility to negotiate with FME, and I take out my hat for her because it's something that needs to be an expert. Latin America is the only region that we need many things to do because we had a common past. The culture are similar. We have the same problems. We kindly live with the same musics and cultures. We cannot say the same as Africa because it's a different continent, or Pacific, Asia, Afghanistan, in some other countries. So it's different. We have many different actives, and I believe that it's a little bit about the meeting that we had with ambassadors. We had some issues that we are now checking how we can increase the quality of our result. I believe it's fundamental to match the 3 elements that are democracy, the capacity to equality, and to bring the sense of urgency to an urgent situation in the regions that really needs our help. And we need that because we had the document signed in 2004, and after many financial problems and many people that helped us inside of this project, the final conclusion after 20 years is the remaining situation of the democracy. We were having a less autocratic and more democratic method here, and that satisfied many other countries. So it was now in the past because we're now having new situations regarding especially the climate changes part and also the data that we need to solve, and also the social problems. But obviously we have a connection with the André Correa Olavo that is solving many things, including Brazil, and the perception of what we need to keep the rights of democracy. We know that we have many problems regarding democracy. We have to be aware of these problems that we have to continue having some democracy situations here. And how to deal, I believe that the report informs a fundamental issue to this situations, how to deliver services. Brazil is doing a lot of things. First, we have here this concept of to be involved in this human right with the purpose of economical and social problems. For example, we have the Bayama GDP, one of the Brazilian Brazil's example for the world, because we have it here, the COP30, but we also had some other referential events, all the events that we can consider about the municipalities and the states here in Brazil. We also have some political tendencies that we can consider more conservative, that is compared to some other states. And Brazil is a very good example because they are leading in a very good global position. We know that we have now also a model that Brazil export to the whole world regarding to social politics, inequalities. Brazil is very good in solving these matters. Minister here have some new propositions about the public financial problems, and we have some new criteria to solve these financial problems. We also have some gender things. We have some advances in these matters, and we also have some inequality problems being solved, and absolutely bringing the TCU and also leaders from the government that are treating. And also Brazil export the capacity of environmental problems and climate changes, and that's the model to be followed. Brazil is very good at solving global problems, and we also have some digital issues. Brazil is the 9th country with the development of technology in the world. So we know that there's the process of digitalization of the informations. We know that we have many things to solve. We also have a portal where we can find some very good information regarding to climate changes. We also have the PIX operations here, which is a very good example of financial development of this country. We are now having many very good examples when we're talking about democracy. And we also have a new reflection here on how to bring a new dynamic to the process. I know that we have a natural process of development, but if we check this latest 20 years, we can see a huge advance. And Dante Alighieri in the Divine Comedy would say that the paradise must be in your mind, and we can see this, that it's happening here because, for example, we in the Second World War, we had that narrative as well, where we have to look for a solution, even living in a very bad situation. I lived during the military period. We didn't have any access to books, or we could have any other conversation with some other people. And we are here now. We know that we have some examples in the history channels. How do we do to solve the problems, to reach for progress inside of difficulties that we have because of the governmental matters? We have to give value to this because we have now many agreements and many meetings with the ministers, and we have here some difficulties about the public expenses, for example, but Brazil is trying to solve this. And for this time, we have something that we will be debating here, is how to measure this perception, how we can see this mechanism of control of costs and to perception that the government have and that are really necessary to be done to take care of this financial thing. So thank you very much for this time. Thank you, Claudio. And now I would like to invite Leonardo Vizzi. Please, Leonardo is the coordinator of the democracy chapter.
Então, bom dia.
So, good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to say that it's a pleasure for me to be here. I would like to thank all the efforts from the group that make this report come true, and also thank the minister and Conrado and Hapanuji and all the institutions such as CLADI, and actually it's the CLAD. I would like to start in the same stage as the PNUD representative started, talking about the Latin America. It's a very particular region because it has many strategical goals, and among them, we also have some other goals inside of this. And the idea is to build democracy with a solid base. Or if we compare the countries from Asia or the Middle East, we don't have this model. But here we have it, and we also have to recognize that we had some challenges to build this democratic order stable and permanent. We are still having a part of our agenda these issues. Since 1978, with the democratizations period, and also the Dominican Republic, followed by Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, and Chile, we have changed a little this map recently, but we were not able to change this completely as a definite way. We have democracies, we know that they exist. Just a few had suffered the Peru situation, the Fuji situation, and also Bolivia, and recently the coup from the Bolivia. We had this articulation strategy to try to revert this coup. But we know that we still have a difficult situation to solve. So that's why I'd like to start talking about our report, saying that we have two news. One is good and the other is bad. The good one is that it's different from Francisco said, the democracies are not extraordinaries anymore. The democracies are permanent, we could say that. So the matter is how to make it better and to bring citizenship and to have satisfaction with the democracy. And the bad one is that we are not having the capacity to increase the quality of the democracy in a structured way and to make the citizenship try to identify themselves with this democracy, considering the quality of life or considering the quality of the citizens in the capacity of inclusion. And here I could give you some examples. For example, on the page 28 of our report, where we have 8 indicators that are fundamental to the democracy state between 2008 and 2023. All of these 8 indicators are fundamentals. Today, in 2023, we were worse than in 2008. So we know that we have to solve this democracy problems. It's the best way of to govern a country. Political parties in the executive departments, in the press, and also in the election period. On all of these items where we have less confidence in the Latin America regarding to these matters, we can consider that in 2008 we were worse than now. Maybe we can find 2 reasons. It's interesting to think over it. We are here, the representative of PNUD that reminded us about the report from 2004. And in that report, O'Donnell would say that he was opening the report with something that minister has just commented, and I believe it's fundamental for the Latin America, but it's not enough as to justify the democratic problems, how many inequalities the democracy can stand for. So this is a way that we can see now as a solution. We were living this latest year with new changes in the democracies, but we didn't have any capacity to deal with this inequality problem in an effective way, which means that we are suffering with inflation of the markets, the opening of the economy, and also the democratization process. In fact, there was no relevant changes, but we can see some positive things. We can see also some things that we must be concerned in the future. We have done many changes in the structure of the state. We implemented some public politics. We decreased inequalities, at least in this the first decade of the 20th century, what we call the pink wave. But regarding to democracy, we can say that we are more confident right now. And here we have something to solve. This is, in fact, one of the most important things that we have to solve, and also the one where we have some indications in our actual report regarding to this one. This first one is the democracy. We can say that it's a study between inclusion and exercise. Of course, that it's an objective of the democracy is the inclusion of more and more people inside of the state and also inside of the society with public politics on it. And I believe that this is the inclusive perspective of the democracy. But my point of view here is we are not in a bad position if we compare the other countries from the Latin America. We have recently listened about the Bolsa Familia, which is a program for the poor people, and we also had the gender inclusion with countries such as Argentina and Mexico. They had dramatic efforts regarding to the general inclusion, and we can also include Brazil in that gender inclusion. We also had some very good results, and also with Colombia. And we can say that this democracy has a second dimension, which is what the political Pierre Mozamont said about the exercise democracy. How this democracy is developed throughout the country. This is what we have in our report. I would like to say that the Latin America is not satisfied with inclusion. They are really concerned about how this democracy is developed around the country, and that's why we have a group of questions where we have to make it better. Some things that we have just commented. We had the GovBR, the website. We have some capacities issues that are better now, but still having some citizens that maybe because of their position we need to have more critics. Roberto Bobby would say that we need more critics. Democracy has some critical citizens and the ones that are on the other side, and democracy needs to be criticized. Democracy needs the one that brings some fundamental issues to make it better. I believe that this is one thing that we have to consider for the Latin American citizens. They are really concerned about thinking of the exercise of democracy. So the exercise of democracy is not enough and not as good to be anchored. Now we have a new that we have a very good new right now, which is
that people take advantage, I mean, people of democracy's deficiencies of the state, not to improve democracy, but unfortunately to attack it. This is the main issue here, which we go through today, which is present in our report as well, which brings us, members of the civil society, of international institutions, brings us, to the obligation of improving the exercise of democracy. And this is more needed today than ever before, because this is where democratic survival will derive from. Thank you. Thank you, Leonardo. Let us listen to Fernando now on behalf of CLAD. I will speak Portuñol, Portuguese and Espanol. Thank you for your invitation, Chico, the whole team who put this event together. In 1975, only 20% of Latin American population in regular terms was exposed to democracy. In 2000, almost 100%. It was a short time span, 25 years, when everything happened. And this issue of poverty, inequality, and democracy happened during these 25 years. What we saw was a crisis of incorporation of Latin America, a turn to the left, which derived to the pink wave, if you will. So equality with democracy, this was our great challenge. But after all this, we were able to notice that the inequality plant has not been transformed. Due to international and national issues, democracy is going to erode and disappear. On our previous panel, we spoke about climate change. We know we are about to have more extreme events. There will be a technological change due to AI, which is radical, and the uncertainty levels of all this are very, very high. Let me focus on what we know right now, which is the following issue. No region in the world is getting old so unequal and so poor as Latin America is. This is the principle we must bear in mind to prepare our country for the future. Latin America is very unequal and relatively poorer than any other region on the planet. This aging we speak about, brings two good news. One, birth rates going down, and on the other side, aging perspective, lifespan, life expectancy growing. If you take women, if you take birth rates, longevity numbers and figures, all this in Latin America represents a huge challenge. We must begin attacking this immediately. As a paradox, the aging issue or solution is not a public policy of aging, if you will. There is some work to be done, but it's about investment in women, investment in youth, in newborns, and in pregnant women, and in women as a whole. This is the key to make the transition in an efficient and equal way to the new demographic chapter which every country in Latin America will face. What we must redefine, therefore, is the contract of generations and gender. And there are 6 variables and pillars which have to do with this, which are the following values. First of all, birth rates, which must not lower, go very low. But for this, you need an ecosystem which is not polarized amongst social classes or levels. This has to do with fighting pregnancy, youth pregnancies, young pregnancies. There is a need to fight this. There are tools to fight this. And secondly, a large participation and integration of women, of the female sex, in the workforce, in the work market. And for this, we must, in order to be able to work, a lady must be free from her domestic duties, home duties. Thirdly, fighting to reach the lowest child poverty levels ever. I mean, eradicate poverty amongst children. So this is an issue which has to do with economic efficiency. So we want the ideal scenario is, so these three elements: birth rates, non-polarization, job market non-polarization, child poverty non-polarized. The big thing here is that in these three pillars, Latin America does not work well or function well. So we must try to change this generation contract. This cannot be done. It must be done by the government, by the state. You know, I mean, retirement reform is also capital and vital. You know, investments in an early age, in childhood, these are all instruments which have to do with efficiency and efficacy, if you will. And the future, we know, towards the one we don't know. We know we are going to get older. We know we are going to reach these levels. We know we are going to be unequal. If you want to attack poverty, inequality, we must think about politics to change this contract of gender and intergenerational, which is vulnerable to rights. It is inefficient to the combat of inequality. Thank you kindly. To conclude these opening remarks, let us hear Michel, please. You have the floor. Thank you, Minister. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for your invitation to partake in this report. And my opening remarks, I'd like to bring up, a bit of, you have the report here today. Let me tell you a bit about the conclusions of it, the report which was produced. It comes from a start point, which is the great challenge Latin American countries face today of consolidating democracy and, alongside this, reducing inequality. The report tries to debate and bring to the table democracy furthermore than its survival, analyzing key issues in the region so that democracy may be consolidated in our region. So issues regarding inequality, persistence, identification, and the feeling that low quality of public policies, public services as a whole, and new issues which appeared and new demands socially. All these problems and issues put us into a legitimacy crisis, if you will. 20 years later on this report, this has been amplified, but all this has been already looked at and written about 20 years before this on our first report. This is the second one.
De três eixos, o professor Leonardo Avri.
Professor Renato coordinated the first pillar of this report amongst three, which the report describes deeply regarding inequality in Latin America, and the third pillar, the one which debates the various debates regarding states, governments in Latin America as a whole. So these three discussions, pillars, key points, are dimensions of one same debate. And it is vital for us to look at them as a whole and related, linked to one another, so that we may amplify this debate of democracy in Latin America today. Which conclusions does this report draw and come to? From a standpoint of the connection of these three issues, we must transform the government in order for it to be able to respond rapidly to citizenship issues, so that people may identify democracy as something useful in their lives. The correlation between these three pillars and key issues leads to this conclusion. Which governments am I talking about? We speak about governments. How may it work so that we march towards this consolidation of democracy? We need a state which is active in the reduction of inequalities and which guarantees social justice on the one side and social inclusion on the other. Social justice from its job of delivering more public policies to society. So consolidation and effectively delivering public policies to society. From this conclusion on, we suggest, we make some recommendations through this report, very objectively, straight to the point, so that public agents and actors may think about them and implement them eventually. So I would like to point out amongst all these recommendations in our report the following. You have the document in your hands. Take a look at it later. First of all, strengthening government-owned companies. This has been mentioned here today already. It is very important to look at government-owned companies, strengthen their capabilities, skills, abilities, so that the government may reach citizenship. We must deliver public policies as a government which have quality, investments in quality services, okay? Improving services and quality. The third recommendation is the professionalization, if you will, of bureaucracy, which means all the mechanisms and the levels. As Minister Esther mentioned previously, making an effort in all countries of Latin America to make public policies and services more professional. Fourthly, diversification of income in these countries so that we may bring about and move forward with these public policies. The fifth and last recommendation by this report, which opens a very important dialogue linked to COP30, is the need to reinforce institutional resilience and consequently democratic resilience when you look at the performance of the government during crisis and problems. So this is a very concise recommendation we make in our report. To wrap up, democracy, the government, and inequality are interdependent dimensions, and we write this report thinking on them and deliver it for debate on these bases. Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. We thought about making Q's and A's here for you, but we're running out of time, so I will ask each one of you one question. So we have another panel before lunch this morning still. So Michelle, each one of you 3 minutes to answer, and the question is 2 questions. How do you recommend people reading this report? And as a researcher of this, how may we move forward in this agenda? Which would be our next discussion to go deep in this? For public managers, for mayors, people in the federal, municipal, and state administrations, and a future agenda, please. This report may be used by various audiences. In the Academy, we have lots of income to debate every 3 of these pillars, which shows open spaces to be explored by researchers. 20 years ago, we had another report regarding this. There's an important material by public managers. The conclusions were written specifically for this audience. So we make recommendations which are practical. National governments, state governments, municipalities may understand clearly what we mean and our message, our recommendations, and thinking on a hands-on approach, how to act upon them. And at the same time, it benefits the civil society. The gaps there are to be covered, and various governments, state ones and federal ones, thinking about their performance. This report may be a source for various groups in society. As per the upcoming future and what is about to come, and a future agenda regarding institutional and democratical resilience, many researchers say we are living the century of crisis, and where resilience is a key skill and word on the table. So taking all this into account, issues such as a digital government are of importance, and there's a lot of work to do regarding all these issues. Thank you. Thank you for your objectivity and deepness on your answer. Fernando, what you mentioned regarding gender inequality and inclusion, I thought it was very interesting. Last week, we made major moves in Brazil regarding all this, which have to do with these measures, so genders, races, and power and resources are very concentrated on the hands of white male citizens today in Brazil. So politically, I have questions for you. We need to pull together. So Fernando, how do people who wish to face this agenda, how may they build political capital to face them and turn this game around? I'm so sorry, I need to leave right now for a Zoom meeting, but to answer your question, well, if I knew this, I would not have stepped down from politics in my country. Look, it's a hard issue to approach and to work, but something we must bear in mind is, ideologically speaking, and preferentially as well. Preferably, there's a two-side paralysis which may happen in Latin America, which we must avoid at all costs. One is the right wing's debate, which do not recognize government-owned companies' capabilities and abilities and skills. So tax evasion and higher, this is the first paralysis, which I can't, well, I'm incapable, so I can't do anything. And the second paralysis has to do with subsidies, privileges, inefficiencies on behalf of the state, which are defended by corporations, which are part of our bases. This is a much larger challenge. Brazil's retirement system is not viable. The way it is today, it is impossible. Technically, we were able to. And if it is viable, I mean, it's regarding income and the viability of making investments. The articulation of the public health system, SUS, SUS, with the private insurance programs and options we have today. The sorts of financial subsidies is unequal. It is not sustainable today. I mean, there are interests involved, and I don't know how to manage this. We must pay attention to avoiding this double paralysis, which the one we sleep with, we go to bed every day, and the one we debate with. This is my main concern.
So please, if you have to leave, no problem. We know that we have overpassed the limit of our schedule here. Well, I thought, Leonardo, your speech was very good, and I would like to talk about what you said. Could you please explore a little bit about the crisis? Because instead of having this inclusion process, you talked about the exercise of democracy. This is what I think it's very interesting, and people do not understand this. I know that we have a scenario of insecurity and democracy issues, but we are using some fragile situations, some fragile parts of the democracy to try to destroy it. So I believe that we have to strengthen all the actions so as we can have a democratical scenario in Latin America. So could you please comment about that? Well, thank you about that question. I believe that it's a hard answer, but basically I could say that Brazil, I don't know if I have enough knowledge if I could include all the Latin America, but I believe that Brazil works the equality on some sectorial point of views. We can see that the Brazilian state works as a department, but what is interesting is that the civil society works exactly the same way. As Fernando Figueiredo has commented, he's not here anymore among us, but I believe that if we get an agenda from the health department and the city of São Paulo, I did research, many researchers about this. Many times I had some real negotiations on this matter. Maybe some other movements must be integrated with this so as we can have an agenda that is similar to what we want, or the projects where I work with the budget planning in Porto Alegre, for example. Maybe we can think of some other material values that are fundamental to the quality of life of the population inside of this budget, and the answer is no. So this is a problem. What is interesting in this is that if someone wants to talk about the limits of this budget, and it's important to say that nobody has done this before. I have seen some people live in some areas where they invested lots of resources because of the violence. These people do not want to live in a place where they are not secure to get out and return home. And so this is something that we have to be really concerned about. I believe that the problem is we are not able to have an integrated politics regarding to equality, and also the inclusion politics. They are sectorial ones. They're not when they are not corporate politics. And I used to say this, and I've heard this from an American intellectual: we cannot give anything to anyone because the government only gives and never takes it back. And as it's not taken back, we cannot establish the posterior equality regarding to what you gave in the past. So it means that we are not spending a little money on that to have a little process of democracy. But the thing is how to solve this problem. And I'm in the same position as Fernando, because we have some corporate problems that we have to solve, and then we have the capacity to have an inclusion and real solutions to these matters. Well, I believe that all of you are maintaining your time. That is very good. And just to finish, Claudio, please, I believe that you have an very good experience in the region, in some other countries, because when we're talking about the transformation of the state, population see this as a debate such as cut of expenses, and as if it was something to decrease the value of the state. In the world, we're passing through some reflections on it, and how can we create a new narrative, we could say a new agenda that maybe can take us to have better results and to offer some better public services to establish the democracy and more fair society. So how would you comment about the needs that we must have right now to maintain the democracy in the world? Well, I know that's a very complex problem. The right and the left, we know that it's a dichotomy that it's overpassed, because in Latin America we have some researchers which are not so precise on this, but I believe that they're not so ideological, and the right parties that are very extreme right now in Brazil, they're using some classic tools, and also the right parties, they have some autocratic actions. We can see that in the whole Latin America. Nowadays we have high pressure on the delivery methods. We also have to deliver some positive results. And Leonardo, what you commented about the inequality and how much inequality can the democracy stand for, we can see that to compare the numbers that we have during this latest years. I don't know if Brazil have 36 years to be waiting for these changes, because we know that this is an urgent situation, and we have to be concerned about that. We have some young people that are not really believing in our actual democracy. Cambodia, Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, they also have some very good models of democracy, but not a real democracy. We could say that they have some autocratic powers. For example, we can see some good things over there. We have health department, education. Latin America, I was checking the reports. This we can see some expressive expenses that were spent in education. This young Brazilian, for example, with 24 years old, he can see a new road ready to to their future, and it's a real thing that is really happening. It's a position that most of our countries used to have this in a very clear way. We were talking about the positions. I don't know. It's much more easier to have position than to go to charges for the government. The government must deliver and think of the solutions. And today, they used to say, what's the argument on this? We have to bring new solutions to the system, and the system is responsible for the problems. So we can understand that the system is the problem. And how can we first deliver this in an accelerated time? We need to talk about resilience and the acceleration of this delivery. It's very hard to explain to someone that in just one click he can buy a product that is far away from our place. For example, in an Asian country, and the other day the product will be here. But some other things he will take years to have the solution done. So we have much more difficult things being solved, and simple things that are not having the concrete value. We live in countries, for example, where we had the capacity to, for example, walk on the street, and sometimes we can see that people are not doing this anymore because of the violence. So, and we also have the theme that it's really hard. I agree with Fernando that we have a huge challenge for the countries. Where we are going, are we going to start the political economy? And we know that it's a structural problem. For example, today we can vote for a government. Most of the public politic is not being done in the government, it's in the Congress. So how can we get into a politic that will be more responsible? And as citizens, we can check this report from 2024, the new things about the economy and the social position of Brazil. We can see all the possibilities that we have to the future. So thank you for this opportunity. Well, now it's we are closing this debate. I just would like to remind you that this report is also available online. So if you check the website, you can see all the information and the contents that are inside of this report. All of you can access this report. I believe this debate was really good because we had some debates that goes beyond this report. I would like to thank you all for this participation, Michelle, Leonardo, and Pinudo and Claudio. This partnership was great, and this final report is also great. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you, all the participants. We'd like to finish this launching of the report, State, Democracy, and Inequality, a Latin American Perspective.
Iniciaremos.
Now we would like to start the first seminar, Institutional Resilience and Legitimacy of the States, having the erosion and some other problems solved. We would like to invite a contribution to this debate, Mr. Conrado Ramos, General Secretary of the American Chamber of Development, CLADI. Ms. Jana Nelson, leader of the Latin American Institute, Tony Blair. Mr. Donald Moynihan, professor of University of Michigan. Mr. Pedro Abramovay, vice director of the Open Society Foundation. And also Ms. Algeta Patti, professor of Getúlio Vargas Foundation, that will be the moderator for this session.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me and the opportunity to be here as a moderator in this important event, and particularly in a moment where our country and most of the world is. I would like to thank the invitation from the minister and my friend Francisco Gattani, and the opportunity to be here with all these panelists. Some of them are my friends for a long time. Our debate will be about institutional resilience, the legitimacy of the state. It's a theme that is constant, considering the scenario of the growth from the population and also the democratical problems that not only the country is going through a long period, but also considering some other regions of the world where we continue to have these difficulties. This is a short opening before the questions to our panelists, because here we have representatives from a very rich region. Latin America is a very good region in the perspective of population, and also the ideological about the right and the left, and also the Latin America have this autocratic positions. This idea about the leader that is really strong that we can see in some countries such as United States and also Europe. It's a constant thing that we can see, the profile of public leaders that we can see in the Latin America lately. Well, for a long time we can see that. So obviously we have a matter that we are having in our results from the researchers. What we have here in Brazil, the bureaucracy process that we have, the tensions regarding to the growth of the population, and also the democratic problems that the leaders are practicing nowadays. We can see that these leaders have the skills to simplify some actions, debates, and tensions, negotiations according to democracy and some particular problems. Maybe we have some good examples, as the previous debate has commanded, the consolidated democracy, or the ones who be consolidated are not being effective to find the solutions. They are creating some new solutions with simple ideas to finding major space for innovation. I believe that the opening question for the panelists is that this rhetorical and simple solutions from these leaders cannot be confused with simple politics. We can say that during this latest years where we can see these autocratic leaders and also some population problems, they are using some groups of tools and politics that are very sophisticated, we can say that, to promote the old models of democracy and to overcome the challenges where we can find in some countries. So what is the real role of the state to assure in these real conditions the public services with quality, and also to assure the confidence from the population in the institutions, the public institutions? In this context of excessive power from the politics, how this government can maintain their autonomy and assure the implementation of public politics in long term, promoting the sustainable development? I will open these two first questions so as we can continue our debate. So first, I would like to ask Professor Don Munian, please.
Okay, thank you. It's an honor to be here. I think I'm here partly because I'm interested in both the theory and practice of public administration, but I'm also coming from the United States, and so maybe the hosts wanted an example of someone coming from a democracy that's backsliding right now. And in fact, Brazil looks pretty good from the perspective of someone living inside the United States. I'm going to talk about three things to respond to Al-Qaeda's question. One is, what are the sources of threats to state capacity? I'll talk a little bit then, my second point, about what the Trump administration has done, and I'll highlight the role of DOGE. And then on the third point, I'll try to talk about some potential solutions from a very general level. I think there are two main threats to government capacity or state capacity. One of them is what I'm going to call proceduralism, or you might think about it in terms of a lot of red tape. But the stereotypes that people have about government, it is too slow, it is too rule-bound, it takes too long to get anything done. I think there is a lot of legitimacy to those critiques. And there's a reason why when populist politicians make those critiques, that people find them believable and persuasive. Left to their own devices, over time, bureaucracies tend to become slower, tend to pile on rules and processes on top of existing rules and processes, never go back to sort of examine, why does this process exist in the first place? How could we modernize it? Unlike private companies, they don't have a for-profit incentive. And so governments simply have to do more to push the bureaucracies to innovate. And that's often challenging because then you're forcing actors to change how they do things, which is uncomfortable. So that's the first threat, which is proceduralism. The second threat I'm going to call politicization. And this is more like what I think we're seeing in the United States, in some other countries as well, where the state is captured by a set of political actors who are opposed to many aspects of rational government. So expertise is devalued, rational decision-making processes is devalued, transparency is devalued. Instead, you see a strong emphasis on personal loyalty to whoever the leader is, and inevitably in the long run, these systems tend to devolve towards corruption because they tend to lack the types of accountability we see in functioning democracies. So I'll transition now to talk about how I think Trump and the DOGE experiment reflects many of these practices. One thing you can say about Donald Trump is that he talked a lot about government as a candidate. More than any presidential candidate I can think of in America, he made the bureaucracy the centerpiece of his campaign. He referred to it all the time. Now, I think the story he told was false in most cases. Right? So he talked about the deep state, he channeled conspiracy theories, he framed public servants as out-of-touch elites who were going against the interests of the public. But he did tell a story, and he made that persuasive to many of his followers. There was no one telling the opposite story of that. And there hasn't been in American politics for decades political leaders who are willing to educate the public about what it is that government does. We have two parties, one of which has become markedly anti-statist, and the other one which is largely disinterested in implementation and rarely makes it a campaign issue. So whether you agree or disagree with Trump, you have to give him credit for putting the state at the centerpiece of his campaign. I disagree with him. I think his ways of understanding government are largely wrong. It's fueled by a suspicion of the state itself as an actor, right? So it's inherently anti-statist. It's driven quite frequently by conspiracy theories, that is to say, made-up beliefs that might have a kernel of truth, but generally are entirely misleading. In practice and in office, it involves a disrespect for the law. So, for example, we have lots of laws about privacy of data in the United States that are currently being ignored. We have laws about civil service protections that are currently being ignored. We have laws about how our legislature provides funds that then the executive branch has to implement, and those laws are being currently ignored. And so there's an element of disrespect for the law that I think is inherent with the Trump political movement. There's also particular animus towards public employees. And so you will sort of hear them negatively portrayed by political leaders, and then at an individual level, many of them have faced very hostile work environments when they're led by political appointees who are fundamentally opposed to the mission of their organization. And I think there are some advantages that Trump and his coalition has had in building this narrative. One is negativity bias. That is to say, coverage of government tends to focus much more on when it does something wrong than when it succeeds. That is something that we pay more attention to as citizens, and so the media responds to that. That makes it more difficult for the government to build success stories when, even when it comes up with those success stories, they're just less popular than the stories of failure. Moving on to DOGE. So DOGE, if you remember, was the government reform initiative led by the richest man in the world, Elon Musk. It is now sort of fizzled out, but for the first few months of the Trump administration, it was a sort of black swan event where no one really knew what it would do, and it ended up being, I think, incredibly important. So it had real impacts. By the end of this year, about 1 in 8 federal public service employees will no longer be in the federal government. That is the most rapid decline in public employment we've seen since World War II. And in historical terms, the federal government was not that large to begin with. It had about the same number of employees as it had in 1960. So it wasn't this very large organization. Removing lots of employees doesn't actually save the US that much money, because that's not where most of the spending goes. If you cut 25% of federal employees, that would save 1% of the budget. So you remove a lot of capacity and skills, but you don't necessarily save much money in the process. DOGE eventually fails, I think, because it becomes unpopular. Members of the president's party go to local town halls. They get yelled at by constituents who is saying, Elon Musk is saying my Social Security is a fraud. So eventually it becomes a political weight on the president, and Musk is sort of quietly pushed out. So back maybe 6 months ago, a lot of people were asking me, how could we be doing DOGE in our state or in our country? And the answer was, well, hold on. And now many fewer people are asking that question, because I think the brand of DOGE has been pretty dramatically tarnished. Along the way, they demonstrated some of the qualities I talked about with the Trump movement. They broke a lot of laws. They pushed out a lot of experts. Anytime they encountered resistance from career civil servants, those civil servants were put on leave or they were fired. In many cases, I think, illegally. You also see, if you look at the data of which agencies had the highest downsizing, there was a pattern where agencies that are more conservative or are more popular with Republican voters tended to have relatively fewer cuts relative to agencies that are more popular with liberal or Democratic voters. We're at the point now where some agencies are starting to hire back people that they laid off in the spring, such as our Internal Revenue Service, because it's becoming clear they can't actually perform their core tasks because they simply let too many people walk away. DOGE also, contrary to its image, did not actually save that much money. So initially, Elon Musk said, we're going to save $2 trillion, then it was $1 trillion, then it was a couple of $100 billion. The latest investigation I saw that tried to track the claimed cuts that DOGE made said maybe they've cut about 5% of the claimed spending. Mostly the claims of cuts are not real. And even when you're cutting money, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're improving government. So let's take one example. The first agency that DOGE went after, which was USAID, our development agency. That agency doesn't really exist any longer. Almost all of the employees were fired. Many of its core programs were cut. So there's a saving there of billions of dollars, but also a lot more people around the world are going to die because of that savings. Like USAID was a relatively efficient organization when it came to saving lives because medical and food programs, especially in Africa, that over time have saved millions of lives. So money was cut, but also capacity and public value was cut at the same time. We see other examples of this outside of the DOGE environment. We had, for example, a natural disaster in Texas this year. Many speakers earlier this morning talked about flooding. We had sort of a smaller version of that in Texas, where our emergency management agency did not respond terribly well. It's led by someone who is not qualified for the job, in my view. Also, contracts to get people on site were not signed because now all contracts had to be signed by the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. So extra layers of red tape were added to the process that slowed down the response. So the idea of DOGE as cutting through red tape, making government more responsive, I think doesn't actually match reality. Instead, if you look at the budget of the Trump administration, there is a broader disinvestment in state capacity. And this disinvestment comes in the form of budget cuts to almost every unit in government, with one exception, which is our Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE. So there's a vast increase in spending in ICE. We're going to build more prisons. We're going to have more ICE officials. If you pay attention to the news, what a lot of those officials are doing is being sent to American cities run by the political opponents of the president, and actions that I think massively degrade the quality of life for people living in those communities. And so it feels very much like an attack on parts of the world, parts of America that the president opposes. Similarly, we see the use of the Department of Justice not as a neutral arbiter of the law, but as the president's law firm, where he is attacking his perceived political enemies by putting them under investigation repeatedly. So this is all very depressing. What can we do about it? I run a lab where we try to understand what are things that government does well. And I think in general, governments, in addition to becoming more bureaucratic over time, tend to not be very good about evaluating their own interventions to make public services work better. And they tend not to be very good about telling the story of those successes. And so our lab tries to find usually examples of digital transformation and then evaluate those at sort of a credible level and tell the story for why this worked, or sometimes why it didn't work. Increasingly, we've been writing case studies about some of the failures that are emerging with the transition into the Trump administration. And I think, again, one of the previous speakers talked about the importance of case studies that can be written quickly and in real time to share lessons and knowledge about what to do. Our lab sort of advised the Biden administration on how to reduce administrative burden in government. I think they had the right instincts, but they didn't have as much time as they could have had to implement that agenda. But generally, I think governments should be taking the proceduralism threat seriously. And so remember, I told you at the start, there are two threats, proceduralism and politicization. I don't think governments take the proceduralism threat seriously enough. So there should be constant efforts to simplify and improve the quality of public services that are obvious to the people who are receiving those services. My research is a lot about administrative burdens, how do you reduce learning costs, compliance costs, and psychological costs that citizens have to encounter. If you use that as a starting point to say, how do we redesign services from the perspective of citizens, and you start with their experiences rather than from the preferences of the bureaucracy, then I think you can do a lot. And I think technology can help along the way. Finally, I think there has to be not just improvements in the quality of services, but also in the messaging for how we talk to the public about government. So again, Trump has been very good at this. But now Trump is in office and he's breaking things. And so there's an opportunity to reframe the narrative here. So one narrative about government is they're breaking it and we're fixing it, right? To draw a contrast between the demolition of state capacity and the rebuilding of state capacity. I think, again, personalist systems that rely on loyalty to one person, the leader, almost always tend towards corruption and policy implementation failure. And so documenting those failures and contrasting them with an honest and less corrupt regime, I think also offers an opportunity. I think it's also important, as people have been doing today, to connect this back to democracy, to explain to the public that good public administration is democracy in action. And as you're defending effective public administration, you're also defending democracy. Whereas the critiques of government that are used by people with more of an authoritarian perspective will always end up in you losing some of your freedoms as a result of their policies once they get into power. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Mais, Dom. Muito obrigada, Dom.
Thank you very much, Dom. As it was made clear here, taking into account Trump's example, other populist governments use attacks and utilize bureaucratic expertise to abuse trust of society and leadership. I would ask Conrado, going beyond on this reflection of the necessities of government-owned companies to advance with public policies in this context of populist leadership, do you see in bureaucracy the true source of bureaucratic resilience? Must we expect so much from bureaucratic once, it was mentioned in the morning here today, often enough bureaucracy has capturing, and bureaucracy sometimes helps populist discourse when it is anti-status. Conrado, what can you tell us about?
Un portuñol pésimo. Fernando realmente habla una mamá brasilera, antropóloga, entonces tiene una ventaja enorme para poder hablar un buen portugués. Yo lo he hablado inclusive personalmente con Guy Peters y Jean-Pierre, todo este tema de backsliding democracy, cuál es el rol de la burocracia. Y contigo también, Alqueta, lo hemos hablado más de una vez. Y claro, es esto de responsibility to the government of the day, al gobierno de turno, ¿sí? Que tiene que ser realmente... Hugh Geklo, ¿no? Es el que habla siempre de el dilema entre neutral competence y political responsibility. Por eso no es solamente, como le decimos en América Latina, función pública. El término civil service implica que es un subsistema.
It's a subsystem of the politics. Thank you. It's a very complex role to play between professional neutrality and leading today's government. Serving government when the government is one which arrives democratically but destroys democracy, and be it right wing or left wing, they destroy democracy, erode it literally. We were in a meeting once, and Guy Peters had launched his book, and he had filtered a high bureaucracy from Sweden document, which asked, what should we do if left wing wins? What is the role of the Swedish high bureaucracy? And this document was filtered and became a symbol of resistance. So the issue here depends on who is in power. we believe it was democratically elected, and they tried to resist to a government such as Trump's, which was democratically elected. So we do face a true dilemma. And there we derive some German and Hegel-oriented suggestions. We do not answer to today's government. We answer to the Constitution. So these are two alternative visions, European continental and Anglo-Saxon ones. They contradict each other today, and it is worth rethinking them today. So today, if the government destroys and erodes institutions as such, if high bureaucracy must not be part of resistance, this is one large question. I mean, things may change, and the meanings may change between from left to right, and when the right wing alternates with moderate left wings, the high bureaucracy got used to resisting when they don't like the current government. We find ourselves in trouble as well. The same thing happens with Gabriela Lota's studies in Brazil. It must be representative of certain values. So, you may say a right-wing government does not have, a gender inequality, and if it is socialized with not prioritizing the voluntary interruption of birth or pregnancy, it locks it up. Which right do we have to impose a progressive agenda upon these people? I am a progressist myself, and I like this agenda, the street level bureaucracy agenda. This is a very present discussion when it comes to Brazil on that issue. If you need to have progressive values, a street bureaucracy, I would love it to have one. But the thing here is, when there's a right wing which destroys elements from the Constitution, I mean, Francisco Panissa says we're in a change of, Hobsbawm as well said, we are looking at the end of this great century. We are looking at this long 20th century. There is a change of paradigms going on. Values have changed. You cannot take for granted the post-materialistic values, non-consumption, globalization, gender equality. The values which were questioned in the past, values of racial inclusion, sexual inclusion, and nowadays they are questioned. These paradigms are questioned. We are facing a change where we are all a bit lost. If I am talking about the academy right now, I would be much more sure. With Esther today, I am the General Secretary. We manage 23 Ibero-American countries. We have been rethinking the form of the state. There is a expert committee gathered here today, and we are really doubting more than offering solutions based on a new Weberian paradigm, or which is the one I liked. And we face a very complex transition. Michelle Bachelet from Chile said, citizenship subjectivities have changed. Delivering is not enough. We deliver in a way which bureaucracy is not prepared. And Fernando just mentioned this. The left wing has their corporate resistance, and this brings panic to middle classes, which, in Latin America, by tradition, we sustain governments and you end up creating a bureaucracy which is truly non-politicized or with a reasonable level of politicization, if you will. Our book about patronage in Latin America regarding these levels of politicization, but up until when? What is the ideal level? What is it good for? In Brazil, clearly this is a coalition presidentialism, which represents a great weapon for the government to keep, to maintain, and make agreements. So patronage is necessary. The question is, until when should we sustain this necessary weakness or disease to attain our goals? So speaking about leadership, about technology, about the social system and health system being interoperable so that it may assist pregnant youth so that and provide them with all their rights. So I mean, there is corporate interest involved. Are our governments prepared? I'm not sure. For instance, political economy in Uruguay, we failed on this. Fernando was the education minister, and I was a planning ministry. We could not beat our resistance. So your question is very logic. What is the kind of politicization which this bureaucracy has? And I said, look, let us build stories and tell stories of success to regain a bit of our prestige. But we are amongst a democracy which has been demolished. The whole system of in and outers, which we count with, they have been destroyed more and more. So the system is very politicized today, and the building of catastrophes, when you face them, as we talked here today, they are incapable of facing them because they have leaderships which do not provide us with quality public services. It's about citizenship, and we are very disappointed, and we wish to create a high-level direction of public policies in these countries, but many countries are not interested. It is very difficult in Brazil, there is a huge culture of public policies, much higher than Chile, for example, but we have failed systematically to professionalize high public management. There's simply no interest. Yes, it's an issue which is very in at the moment. Besides that, banks finance all this, but the banks we do not have, such as the European Union does, we will be sovereignty and attain it. So there are regulations and issues which we must face compulsorily. In Latin America, we are very fragmentized, divided, attacked, and leaderships in general have very few interest, little interest in reforming services, and they're interested in improving them to develop capabilities and skills of resilience, which we need. Buckard speaks about this participation, which really includes engagement, consultation, interaction, teamwork. We are very capable bureaucracies, but there is no financial interest in this. Finance ministers do not sit down to discuss this in Latin America. There is no finance policy, but it is it becomes left out, and it is a secondary issue, not a priority. a primary one to be discussed. So these types of movements brings us the opportunity to sit down and chat and talk. So the reports are so bad. Brazil today, the reports, what Brazil is going through today, we must destroy to build a hegemonical report. We must not fall into the problems we had with the previous administration, which lost legitimacy to society. They had corporativism. They did not provide quality products and services. So how did we succeed in building another type of state, leaving behind past vices? Because as Pepe Mujica used to say, there is no shortcut. Or in neighborhoods, the state has left and drug trafficking has taken over. Let us see the Interior Ministry today, which has developed the more neighborhoods program. So we have the Development Ministry, Health Ministry, providing products and services of quality, living, education, schools, full day schools and journeys. So it is a very integrated program we wish to implement in the most heavy and complicated parts of towns and cities and metropolis, but a huge capacity of coordination is necessary, is required. We need more coordination and communication, and we don't have that. So the state's, theory and practically transitions and new governments, new mechanisms, which let me conclude only to open this debate. And thank you very much. Thank you, Dawn, for listening. Thank you for your, Enriqueta, your question. I have no answer.
Thank you, Conrado. I will leave this final part as two panelists because they represent some public politics department. Maybe Tony Blair must be the guy who had this dilemmas of the liberal democracy and having this third with bringing solutions where we have tensions such as that would live in different contexts, and even this problem such as equality or freedom, which is also something that we have to be worried about. So, Jana, I would like to listen to your ideas and to see how can we navigate into this context of polarization, this construction of capacity from the politics to deliver quality. Well, thank you very much once again about this invitation, Chico, MJE, and Penuj, for this marvelous event and for your time. I believe that we will talk here about some personal perspective. I was the Brazilian American with in American government until January of this year. I was responsible for the Latin America issues in two different departments. So I could see from inside the difficulties from Biden government, and one of the reasons that they lost for Trump, there were not some evidences in some years ago. I will give you two explanations and three good news. So, two explanations will be, the first one, last week I was in the general meeting in the Honorable, so I didn't have any problem with the escalators, but I found out that this was 80 years of the United Nations. I think it's relevant, and thank you. Congratulations for my colleagues here, because I think it's relevant because it's an average the lifetime that we have here in this earth. Sometimes we can see that the mistake that we did in the past inside of the United Nations can sometimes cannot be corrected. United States explained that it's not a unilateral decision, but they didn't leave the period that we lived here. It's a different perspective. And the other thing is, we have commented about many other authors. We have a Brazilian writer who wrote a book that is called Abundance. The author is Ezra Klein. In Washington, it looks like homework. Everybody is reading this book and carrying them to all the places. This book explains in a democratic perspective the mistakes that the Democrats did in the past. We can see that on one side we have got some government that got into a conclusion. We had a frustration, as Ton and Claudio has just commented in the previous presentation, a frustration for in the leaders and also in the part of the citizens about the deliverance of the government. One of the answers that we can see some elected leaders saying that they will end it all and break it all. There are many. I cannot mention any name here, but we have many of them. And on the other hand, we have an opposite side, considering Latin American and also in the United States by the Democratic parties, who have a huge respect for the system, and because of this, they are like stopped. And the argument from this book is that this pursuit of a better world with some things that nobody here will debate, such as environmental regulations and inclusion politics, and also a more sociable state and more inclusive one, that nobody is going to debate that. But this pursuit of a better world created an inefficient government, because trying to do many things with only one public politic ends up doing nothing. So the example that he gives is the contrast between California and Texas. I personally don't think it's a very good example about Texas, but California, okay, I agree. California, they have a very serious problem about infrastructure and population, and those two themes are caused by the excessive pursuit for some criteria that has nothing to do with structure and population. And when the government decides not to follow, this is the argument from the book, okay? So when the government decide not to follow this procedure, the groups, the activist groups that are the base, in this case the Democratic Party, they go to the court and they have some problems with the press about this, and this generates fear inside of the government. I could see that inside of the Biden government. A classic topic was the immigration issue. The inefficiency to have a decision-making process that the population expects from the government because of these groups, that maybe is the base of the government and the pro-migration, and I am on this side too. But we created some very tough decisions, some positive objective that everybody wants, that results to some challenges of deliverance in the end. So, just to wrap up here my ideas, I believe that I will give you the good news, not only to be talking here about the bad news. The first good news is that I was in a lecture some weeks ago with someone from Gallup, and she was telling me some facts about some interview that they did with 52 countries with the adult population, and the question was, what did they expect from a leader? And the answer was hope. 53% of the interviewed people said hope. It's our reality. This is what we are doing here. It's showing to us that possibly the next leaders will present some different version of the world. Nobody wants to go into an airplane with a depression pilot, for example. So we need to have different leaders. This is not what we have in many countries nowadays. Second place, the results from American researchers is that if you're going against your own economy, you can see some bad repercussions on the public opinions. It's not only 38% approval to the Trump government. It's only the base, essentially, but we can consider that it's also unfavorability. We could say that. I don't know how to say that in Portuguese, but the number is 54%. We could say that it's a rejection side, and it makes sense when we have eggs more expensive than fuel. We could see some bad news for the government. And the third point here, I'm not in the opposite side, okay? I can see this as a positive thing because in the actual government that do not really care about partnerships, we have some candidates, and I'm really concerned. I'm personally concerned about the actual moment from the United States. But taking all of this out of the consideration, we have excellent candidates, 5 very good candidates from the middle that are able to talk to the other sides. And I can tell you that it's in the middle side because he must be elected by everybody. So for you to have contact with both sides, the left and the right, and to talk to the ones that are not favorable and it's not from your side, maybe we have to get a candidate from the middle party. The American structured election model is a little different because we have the Democrats and the Republicans, and these are the 3 good news. And I will just close here with a little comment here. The world that we remember about 10 years ago, the agreement that Conrado commented about the free negotiations, the development of people, and even the vaccines, universal vaccines, this world is over. And that's why you won't see with this, not even with these 5 candidates, an American president that could say what Biden said, I am back, or the U.S. is back. Because if they do this, they will laugh at our face. United States now do not have the capacity to be what they were. We are not going to go back to the past. Maybe we will have another way to have an economical development with some external help, but it's not that past. We are not going to the free negotiations. The taxes are here to stay. Maybe we have some negotiations, but they're here to stay. It's difficult to accept this idea. It's difficult for my party to accept, but this is the reality that we have to face in the next year. Thank you very much. Thank you once again, Jana. I agree with many reflections that you brought to this debate. In fact, we have this resistance about understanding this new world. Maybe we're not able sometimes to believe in some new ideas about this new structure. There's one thing that I would like to say that in Latin America is that when you have the second term of about autocracy, the risk of not letting it go is high. So just with this observation, I believe that Brazil is more happy, I could say that it's happier with this answer about the second term, because I really expect that Trump's government may help us in the future. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Pedro for, please tell us your reflections. Thank you. Thank you once again about this invitation. It's very good to be here in this panel. I've learned a lot with the reflections from my friends here, and I plan some things to tell you here, but I also want to answer some things here. Well, in the first place, I know that the debate about the state that is more present or less present, it's a historical debate, mainly between left and right, since the 19th century and along the 20th century. But it's really important to see the differences of the actual debate and also the debate that we all face along the 20th century. And the idea here mainly is to think about our past since the 80s in a neoliberal idea of the state compared with a development idea presence of the state that is able to solve social problems, a state that is able to provide welfare and good conditions to the population. It has a theoretical reflection that we can agree or not, but it was really important. That was a minor state that would bring more efficiency to the population with more commercial openings and more economical efficiency. And maybe we can agree with this or not. I believe this is the reason why we have this debate in the latest 15 years. I think it's an old-fashioned position, mainly because of the role of the state during the pandemic time. Now we are debating here the contest about the COP30, but the role of the government about the climate changes, and this debate is clearly economical or literally about the financial situation, even here or in the United States, of what is the role that the government must do in the economy. And now we cannot believe in that radical and or liberal idea that we had in the 90s. So it's interesting to see that in the first government from Trump, it was a government that instead of having many different visions of minimal states or freedom ideas, but the general idea that was for everybody was not really this one. And even the Gergasso, the professor from American history in Oxford that wrote this book, The Extension of Neoliberalism, he would say that Trump was the first president post-liberal. And what really happened is that since this latest year, we have a return, a radical return of the minimum state and the cut of expenses and the loss of faith in the government. And 4 or 5 years ago, with the left side, it was their flag. If you get Putin and Modi, all of them are autocratic leaders from the extreme right parties, and they have a vision that is really to be present in the state. And also, I cannot tell here about the role of China in the development structures of their countries. But how can we see in this moment where we have the state leads in the debate of a situation where we have to rethink the structures and about the debates of bureaucracy, and it's not possible to think about a development of a country without a strong government. How can we get into a Trump government with an antidote debate, or Milei here with some different ideas? And the Bolsonaro government here lived this tension clearly. Bolsonaro was never a neoliberal leader. He was a representative of the military group that had such an intervention in the state. We know that, but we had some partnerships with some entrepreneurs here, and also Paulo Guedes leading the financial system of that government. But even the Bolsonaro's government, we had a lead of what was happening in the future. We cannot have an illusion about the actual debate of the role of the state is an economical debate. It's all about democracy, and also about the capacity to contain or not this autocratic leadership. Of course, that we have this different vision that was really very well explained by Don here about the power of the state, of a vision that for many years, and here I believe it's important to say that the neoliberal ideology has an important role to bring this idea, and with reason. This is the information is that the state is an efficient way to solve any kind of problem, and this is the Reagan speech about the origin of the problem. So after so many years, we know that this ideological idea is there. But Trump, Milley, and some others, they embrace this with such hard feelings, not because they want a minor state. It's of course Trump do not want a minor state. With the tariff that they are that he's bringing to the world right now, and it's a situation that we have never seen in the United States, and proposing some agreement where the states must be owner of some big tax companies. It's something that we could never imagine before. So this is not here a debate about the minimum state with a neoliberal perspective. What we are debating here is a model of reduction of all the capacity that the control that the state have on their some leaders that they have using this neoliberal speech. Some of these people do not believe in that. Maybe Roosevelt in the United States, they only believe in that. And there's a dog that he called Milton in homage of Milton Friedman. Today he's coordinated the cuts of expenses in the United States. But going back to reality, these people really do not believe that the state will be more inefficient. They believe that if we control every single space of the American government and do not leave any space for independent control, maybe they'll be able to develop a priority program with no breaks action. This is valid for the United States and also Argentina. I believe it's the same. The idea that the Argentinian model is a success, I don't know. Maybe we have a cut of 5% of expenses as a very good model, as we can see in Argentina, where we have a loan of 18 millions from FMI. And the reason why they took it, they increased the interest for the loans for Africa, for example. They pay more interest to maintain the cut of expenses from Malay, from Argentina, and then the FMI provided more 20 billions more. Then this is absolutely not a model of a minor state. This is the use of the role of the state to be a leader of the problem. And of course, here I'm a vice president of the organization and foundation, and this is an organization that is in Trump's vision. He wants to use the power of the states to and the possibility to continue the support of the civilian society. I believe he's not able to do that, but he's trying to start some comedians or some freedom of opinions. But it's something that's important. I believe that as important as it is for us to understand that it's not a debate, a real debate and serious debate about the role of the state and the capacity, but this is a debate about democracy. We have also to think what Gianna commented, how we can react to all of this. And Conrado also commented this here. The reaction is important. As Conrado has commented in a very good way, it cannot be a way that we can defend the state as it was. This is the first thing that we have to consider as a fundamental base so as we can bring some solutions. And talking about Brazil, I believe that this is something important. When you think about the role of the state, the government from Lula back there in 2023, we had a neoliberal idea of how the state was managed and the structure of the public machine. We could say that. He immediately provided a new structure here in Brazil. He recovered a quantity of measures such as some new jobs and getting back the control of the state. And also Gabriela Lota and me, in the book that we published together, we had a different structure that tried not to think where we had to go in the future, but most of the time we returned to the past. So we created new places in the government without defining what was the real role of these people inside of the government. And to promote this debate, it's very good to have an idea of what is the idea of the future that is not going back to our past. And I believe that we have some important things here that we have to consider. And the first thing, and dialoguing with Conrado, for example, of course that we don't want to have a new ideology of the public services. It's fundamental for both sides. But we know that we have a balance here. It will be different in every single country. And this is the Constitution. And the Constitution here in the countries of Latin America have different values. I will read firstly here the article, the third article. And I can tell here what are the goals from the Brazilian Republic.
Building a just society, guaranteeing national development, ending poverty and inequality, promoting well-being for everyone with no prejudice nor discrimination. I mean, all we ask is people to, and the government to, obey the Constitution. We went through a bloody dictatorship, and the tentative of a coup by Bolsonaro at the end of his government was a direct attack to this Constitution. So the 14th Amendment is an example of this. The great difference between the US and Brazil, Bolsonaro's condemnation is an example of this, is today the ability of our judicial system today. In the US, the legal system is being destructed. It is much more weak today than in Mexico, Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil. So first of all, we must honor our legal pact. We do not want the old school from the Brazilian government, but we must rethink what do we need from the Brazilian government in order to attain our goals. On a standpoint of public policies, where are we headed? We must look at movements which have happened all over the world today, led by youth, mainly in Asia. We debated about this today. The Asian youth is very, there is revolting today. In Thailand, Malaysia, in Africa as well, you see such movements. Senegal, Moroccan manifestations. What do all these manifestations have in common with the campaign for the current mayor campaign in New York? They focus on people's real life and economic conditions, their ability to pay their rent, to keep their light bill up to date. All these movements have shifters by women, by racial motivations and so on. But these movements, have their main focus on an improvement of people's economical life. So the debate must exist, and this is linked when a candidate today in New York regains energy from policy in the US, politics, which is mandem and very strongly. So the debate with people as per how providing better cost of living in New York, paying your rent and so on. When you come to think of this, when we're able to connect all this from the civil society's energy manifestations, their will to react once again, this was a request a bit more energetic for people to go out on the street to defend democracy and, getting approved our tax reform in Brazil. To conclude on an optimistic note, if there is a deep attack to the government today in Brazil, which is not economical, but to reduce authoritarianism around the world, there is mobilization all around which wishes to discuss improvement of lives and better public policies for people. And it is up to us who think proposals, alternatives, propose with energy, with passion in our eyes, options, suggestions of a new government capacity to deliver this mobilization, and which comes from the streets. There is no other way out to fight authoritarianism than this path.
Eu penso que nós
Thank you very much, Pedro. I believe we have had various opinions on this panel, as well as challenges we face today. And this last issue, I would like to bring again what you guys mentioned here now. Ezra's perspective is a bit more minimalistic. Perhaps we are wishing too much and delivering too little. Ever since I studied 1988's Brazilian Constitution, one of its promises, I mean, as you read it, it has promised much more than it has delivered, idealizing a version of the Brazilian government which we still wish to be and dream of. It promises us several public policies and services which have never happened nor occurred in Brazil. This plays against us today because you are paving the way for a frustrated population, bureaucracy from the government which has not been able to transmit constitutional values nor public services promised in the Constitution. I believe this debate is important, leaving the norm version of what is the state version to what is actually feasible. So there are more trivial strategies, deportation management, case studies, back to muddling through by Charles Hindam, and which may perhaps be the only path to democracy, and to possible, feasible deliveries, not only wishable ones. But we ran out of time. I wish to conclude by saying, 2 minutes per person, please. We have learned a lot here today with the different visions and ideas debated right now. So please, would you like to conclude? If you have any questions, yes, please. There's a question here, yes? Please, kick it off. Okay, go for it. Question? Thank you very much, Professor, for welcoming us. Congratulations to the ministry. I am Guilherme, founder of Republica.org. Thank you for being here. I'd like to take this opportunity. Today's key political issue in Brazil for our agenda in order to build a better country is the management reform, administration reform. The Congress is working hard on this. If possible, I'd like to, if you wish to wrap up, can you point out 2 key points, priorities, be it in Brazil or wherever, which would be your key 2 main issues in an administration reform to build a better government, because we know the government is the best way to face the challenges we have. Thank you all. Thank you, because yeah, my answer has to do with your question. And listening to Pedro, two things. One is the attack upon republicism, the attack to, the right wing. You cannot speak about government reform without addressing this issue. And then we need to take a look at our own constitutions, first of all. Which are the leaderships politically which will change all this? This is why Pepe Mujica said there's no shortcut. You must work in strengthening parties, creating. It's easy to get to power, but it's difficult to stay in power. So we must do our homework. In Latin America, we have been shredded to pieces. We must rebuild strong leaderships, teach, prepare, train. You cannot hand key positions to people who are unprepared, because you end up losing the confidence from society and citizens. So in these key, for instance, injustice in legislation and, in the main powers of government, you must have greatly prepared people occupying them. Otherwise, there's no deal. This is an issue. It's about working in parties. Perhaps I'm saying something which, from the past, because parties are destructed and weakened and so on. So representative institutions must be defended. Citizenship participation is key in public policies, but to defend representative institutions, you need leading politicians, good politics programs. There's no way out rather than this one. Secondly, regarding civil services, reforms for civil services, which also have strong leaderships, work competencies, government competencies, and which work procedures, which, there must be norms. Weber, you cannot hide from, and having leaderships which adapt to our leaderships, having high-level public direction. Latin America does not attain this. This doesn't exist right here. So, the whole incentive from there down to, fight red tape and bureaucracy so that, public service officials are prepared to implement public policies to bring citizenship and quality and the intelligent use of technology revolution for all this. This is why we need management leaderships. And Latin America does not move forward on this. This is not on the agenda. It's I would say this is a very strong reform, and we must put this on the agenda. If you take a look at OSD and civil services reform, they are on the agenda, but in Latin America, it is all fragmented, and this does not, it's complicated.
Question. From my talk, you might guess that one answer is you need to have protections of civil servants. And so I think it's important to say we want a civil service system that is responsive but protects against abuses. And I think it's reasonable to ask for civil servants to perform well and be held accountable for their performance. So I think balancing that responsiveness while minimizing political abuses is the challenge. It's harder for us in the US because we have 4,000 political appointees and they're in every part of leadership. So it's very difficult to keep politicization out of personnel issues. The other solution, I think, is because bureaucracies tend towards rigidity, you have to embed processes or routines of change within the government itself. And this could be a ministry of transformation, it could be a delivery unit, it could be processes where you review processes to try and reduce burdens, but there always has to be some internal friction that is disrupting the status quo. These offices exist. So DOGE replaced the US Digital Service in the US, which was a great technology unit. All of those people are gone from government now. They were doing good work, but they were too small and they never had enough political support. So it's not just that you have to have these offices, they have to have top executive level support to do their jobs. Those would be the two things.
Eu acho que
delivering is key in all this. It's one of the answers to why we elect these people. Trump's issue was interesting. We left this scenario and returned. Why is Bukele so popular? This is not a complete answer. It's a partial one, but a good one to these answers, which are crucial to, and the delivery, the lack of, governments. We refer to Milei, Bukele, Trump. They have decided that the idea is to forget about everything, ignoring laws, not following processes. So the other side of this cannot be the excessive applying of all this. It is, we need to find a new way to think and to regard government. Frustration amongst citizens today, a paralyzed government is capitalizing, is maximizing Brazil's you steal but you build. This is not what we wish for this region. I see a crisis in the Democratic Party. Mandan is a great example of all this. It is absurd that his group, his central group in the Democratic Party supported Cuomo instead of Mandan, which is everybody's choice, and reflects frustration in New York government towards their past leaders and mayors, which were all Democrats. So, finding this way, which the Democratic Party in the U.S. has still not found, is key to a solution, which is not simply the status quo, a constructive answer. Perhaps it is the leadership in Uruguay to the destruction of Uruguay, of republicanism, which we see everywhere. Very briefly, Guilherme's question, a reform is key. I hope it is approved. Something which may be counterintuitive, but the privileges of the justice system is key, because while we have promoters and judges with access to public income, which they have today, we're not able to defend a more efficient government. We are not able to pay professors better, teachers, improve education, and so on. So this is not what will make the state to improve. In the scale we have today, this is the urgent issue for me, the end of political privileges. I don't want to leave one key point out. Ezra Klein has been so key to our debate, and I believe part of his diagnostic, it is not possible for China to build a bridge, or a hospital in 6 months, and we not be able to. So, I mean, the argument that China does this because it is authoritarian. Europe and the U.S. in post-war were democratic, and they were able to build roads and hospitals, and they played a key role in economy. So what gets in the way is not democracy. So it's important to think about this. This is one of my major criticisms to hyper-focus by Ezra when he mentions California. What is still in the way is the liberal optics, which Ezra mentioned, such as the piece of progressism which was incorporated by the American government was the one which blocked states' performance because you had the liberal empire in the U.S. So governments tried to act and perform, but was blocked. So what government needed to do, they weren't able to do. But it is not their fault due to the progressist agenda. The fault lies on having a model which is against state, which is corrupt against the state. We need, this is, his diagnostics are correct, but looking at California and other places, we do need to remove some blocking which are on the way, put by conservatives when everybody who was in power had a vision of neoliberalism. So we must think about politics. It is our duty to rethink this government's free will and role to deliver what population wish.
Well, thank you very much, you all the panelists here. It was a very good debate. I thank you for the reflections, and I hope that the event continue with this very good debates as we have seen until now. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you, all the participants. We will have a pause right now for lunchtime, and we return at 2 o'clock sharp. Okay, so see you soon. afternoon. We are now back to our original schedule. We're starting this afternoon the States of the Future 2 towards COP30. I will kindly ask you to take your seats, please. And please, if you have your cell phones, put in the silence mode, please. We would like to invite to this second part of the debate, understanding the geopolitical changes in the globe. Philip Thompson, Ambassador of Barbados in Brazil, please take your seat. Jairo Acunha. Jairo Acunha is the leader of governance from Latin America and Peru, and also Isabela Nogueira, Professor of Institute of Economy and International Economy of UFRJ. Mr. Philip Kraus, Professor at University of Potsdam. And Mr. José Bortolucci, CEO from Maranta Intelligence, Political Intelligence, that would be the moderator for this section. Well, good afternoon. It's a huge pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation for the minister. It's a great team. We work together in the first stage of the future. I would like to congratulate all the ones that compose our team, and also Felipe Turic and Isabela Jairo for being in this panel to debate a theme that is not so simple, to understand the changes, the geopolitical and global changes that we have. And to the first panel, we are now live reading the news. We understand that we are in a moment of changes and a huge turbulence in the world. According to the changes, it always happens in our history, but it's particularly difficult to adapt when the changes are too radicals, which is the moment that we live in right now, or when they come from different areas of the social, political, and technological and social perspective, and that demands urgency, as we have now the moments with artificial intelligence use, when it's regulation, or eventually in the crisis or the urgent crisis, climate changes that we live. I'm coming from history as a teacher of history, and I'm thinking that some other historical moments where we had to face these challenges with radical challenges, multidirectionals, and also urgent. And sometimes I think about the beginning of the 20th century and the uncertainty of the 19th century to the great changes of the social decisions of the 30s and the 40s, and partially reformulated next to the World War. So I recommend you to read the authors from that period. These writers from the 20th century, they had to face the world that was collapsing and the water world that was only showing the direction to the new ways that we could write. Proust and some other authors. These are some European authors. Looks to me like that in the global south we have a peculiar situation, which is we have never had such an unstable period such as we have now. To be in the South Globe is the same as to adapt fastly to the innovation and the skill to create new solutions with unlimited resources all the time. To understand this geopolitical changes, I'm quite sure that in some moments our participants will need to express themselves in a perspective of the South Globe. And as a question here, I would kindly ask you to reflect about the South global position that is so important to the external politics of Brazil and for some other countries in the Latin America. in the South Global perspective in the latest 25 years. This South Global from this year is not the same as in the beginning of the 21st century. We are not in the same model. We are in a different situation. The other countries that we are now is not in a pink wave. We used to call them like this. Some progressist governor. China is not the same, evidently. We can see some radical changes in the latest 25 years. India is not the same anymore, and cannot say anything about Russia. So the South global situation now, the geopolitical scenario in the world brings to us some particular challenges, but I believe that maybe we can find some new solutions and new ways to do this new contest. In this panel, I would like to invite Professor Philip Kraus, please. Professor, please.
Thank you very kindly for the invitation and the opportunity to speak here today. I have been practicing my Portuguese listening comprehension a little bit during the morning session, but I will be doing my remarks in English. I hope that's agreeable with everyone. It seems to be the language that we and the interpreters all seem to have in common. I'm very grateful for the opportunity, in part because I, in some official capacity or another, had interactions with the topic of this particular session and the whole theme of today and tomorrow, yet at the same time, I never really got an opportunity to sit down and think about this properly. So I'm very grateful for having been forced to do this now, so that I have something to say on this session. If I'm getting a little bit too far ahead of myself, then I beg for your patience and forgiveness ahead of time. And this, of course, stays strictly between us in that case. It's a small gathering. I wanted to maybe start on a slightly personal note, because something that has been a theme, I think, in the morning is the sense of what exactly is the environment in which we are operating right now. And most of us here come from a fairly technical background. I get the sense that is certainly true for me. And it's sometimes easy to forget what is it that is happening in the news, and what is it that is happening in the space outside of the narrow technical domain in which we operate. And I was struck to realize when I was a student in Germany, which now feels like it was a very long time ago, I was reading people like Carl Schmitt, for instance, who is the scholar who, among other things, said that sovereign is he who governs the state of exception or decides on the state of exception. That seemed to me in the late 1990s, early 2000s, like an odd curiosity. It's an artifact of history, nothing that really has anything to do with us now here today. And I felt compelled recently to revisit a lot of that work, because it seems very highly instructive about the times that we live in today. Coming specifically to public finance, fiscal policy, and fiscal institutions, which is my area of expertise, such as it is, I get the sense that in European countries in particular, there was a long stretch in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s up until the global financial crisis that we were all operating under a set of parameters that essentially meant that all the policy responses that are going to be required of us in the next couple of years are policy responses that, in essence, we already know. And the institutional framework under which we are operating is one that we are sort of familiar with. It's tried and tested and is evolving. It's not being revolutionized, and it's not under threat of being revolutionized. And I think this sense of the worst thing that can happen to us right now is that if you're on the center left, that at the next election, the center right might take over. And if you're on the center right, that the center left might take over at the next election. This is sort of the absolute doomsday scenario, which is what happened to be true in a lot of countries for a very long period of time. And that our understanding of the outer boundaries of what is an absolutely extreme set of policy circumstances, you would say, well, then you have to look at the UK in the 1970s, or like the crisis such as it was of 1968 in France and other countries. Those are not really dramatic events and not really dramatic overturns of institutions and structures and so on, compared to what it is that we are looking at now. Whereas the times and places that we want to take lessons from today, probably the Europe of the 1920s and 1930s. Not because in the 1920s and 1930s people figured out things in such a way that we want to learn about the particular solutions that they found, but this sense of we are living in a world where we don't really know whether 20 years from now our current institutional framework is going to be the one that still exists. And if the challenges and crises that we are being faced with, do we have what it takes to confront them? And I think that's a real sense of seriousness, and alarm is maybe not quite the right word, but I think concern that one should bring with oneself as we go to work every day. It's a very convoluted way of throat clearing, but I also wanted to emphasize where I think we are in terms of the seriousness of the situation in public finance and fiscal policy, as much more broadly and in general, because I feel like in the rest of my remarks, I'm now going to pour a little bit of cold water on some of the more innovative off-branches of institutional innovation that we have seen in recent years. The first thing that I wanted to talk about is this notion of resilience, economic resilience, and under the changes of the global system. There are people who study this and are spending a lot more time on it than I do, and so I don't want to spend too much time on the precise definition of it, but it strikes me that what we were thinking about economic resilience 10 years ago, by and large, is what we are thinking about as economic resilience today, in the sense that the international system is throwing up crises and challenges that are more structural and long-term problems and opportunities in the short term as well, but the foundation of economic resilience, the way that I would define and understand it, is one that is domestic, which is to say that it's built upon things like the growth potential of the economy, the economic diversification in the sort of house money and sense, the levels of debt, deficits over the medium term, the ability to craft a fiscal response that sort of meets whatever economic challenge might come your way, whether that's a fiscal crisis, a banking crisis, war, other forms of economic disruptions or pandemics. I don't think that has particularly changed. The demands on the systems that produce economic resilience, that's a different story altogether. But that needs to be, to my mind, that needs to be quite clear, that we're not, I don't feel like we ought to be in the business of defining what it is that we are talking about when we're talking about economic resilience as something that is sort of built on a domestic foundation and can only really be addressed in a domestic context. which is not to say that international institutions and international mechanisms are not important, but I highly doubt that there are many countries in the world today, or have been in the last generation, that were very, whatever the opposite of resilient is, very vulnerable to economic shocks, and were made resilient purely on the basis of international support and international interventions. I think the maths of that just doesn't add up. And just to make a very specific point on this before moving on, is that if you're just looking at the order system, and I know that this is partly an apples and oranges comparison, but for lack of a better one, let me just go with it. In the last couple of years, total order as defined as grant equivalents is round and about $200 billion a year. The total tax revenue in the PPP dollar terms for low-income countries and middle-income countries is scratching $40 trillion as of 2023. And so I know that if you are not taking low-income countries and middle-income countries, but just focusing on low-income countries, that ratio changes. And if you're just focusing on particular sectors that are especially subject to focus and priority and attention by aid donors, such as public health, for instance, an area that I actually feel quite strongly about, then again, the ratio changes considerably, and there's a small set of countries whose public health systems, for instance, are obviously now in 2025 on the verge of collapse because of the changes to the aid system through absolutely no fault or bad policy decisions and so on of their own, other than just being endowed with fragility and a lack of prosperity. However, if you're looking at the global south, or the sort of large group of developing countries and so on, there's no comparison between, I mean, there are orders of magnitudes of difference between 200 billion and 40 trillion. And there's absolutely no question, I think, that especially in larger middle-income countries, and the number of which is increasing very, very significantly, that whatever solution you're trying to think about in terms of economic resilience is one that is going to be built on domestic resources first and foremost. That the life of the economic policymaker can be made significantly harder by the international institutions and the region of the world that you happen to find yourselves in, or it can be made significantly easier, and that's a different story. But like, these are big margins, but they are still changes at the margin. It's not the core. The domestic arrangements are, I think, what the core is. How then do you go about building economic resilience and try and build institutions to strengthen domestic resilience? I know that in the first iteration of the report, or of this conference, you've already done a lot of work on this, and so I feel like I don't have to spend much time trying to think through from a first principles point of view, what would the institutions be, and how would you define them. But personally, I like to think about them in terms of, you know, what is the autonomy that you have in a particular set of institutions, so that you have the capacity to come to some set of decisions that are not entirely subject to the headlines of the day, that you have a degree of accountability towards some external institution, whether that be the parliament or whether that be the general secretariat of the party or some other mechanism. It's just, if you mess up, is there somebody who is going to yell at you? Or isn't there going to be someone who yells at you, which then might encourage you to just sitting at your desk all day, having fun conversations about, you know, irrelevant things, without much of a connection to the real world. And then the final one would be capability. And I I think in international development, we've probably come further in thinking about this as something that is distinct from capacity, whereby a lot of people who are thinking and writing about capacity use it as a shorthand for things that are essentially something that if you drop it onto your foot, does it hurt? That's part of the capacity endowment of your institution or your ministry. And so capacities are things like IT systems, a better law, which, you know, depending on how thick the paper is that you print it on, it might not hurt you much, but there are things that are essentially nouns, whereas capability is a verb. Not literally, but the building and maintaining of a capability in something is something that institutionally you only develop through practice and through repetitive practice. You don't go adopt a report and then have a capability. You have a capability because you've shown out there in the world that you're able to do a certain thing and do it over and over and over again and do it better and better every time you do it. Generally speaking, capabilities come about because that you didn't have prior, because there's some form of pressure that is being exercised on you as an institution or an organization. You will note, of course, that I've sort of, whether cleverly or not, I let you decide, not started to immediately list things like, oh, of course you need to have an industrial transformation strategy, you need to have this thing or that thing and so on. And I think I'm doing that partly on purpose, partly because I feel like there will be other people who know more about this than I do anyway. But let me just focus a little bit on the parts of the central government that I find most interesting and genuinely very, very exciting to make this a bit more tangible, which is ministries of finance. So I spent a lot of academic ambition and interest in studying ministries of finance and also a lot of practical years of working with ministries of finance in a lot of different countries. And as we are now talking about things like climate action, investments, large-scale investments in climate action and so on, there's a sense that the Ministry of Finance is sort of the grumpy spoiler, the institution that is most inclined to prevent good things from happening, essentially, because they're bean counters, because they're slightly mean-spirited, and so on. And that is based on a very important and really, really crucial to address misunderstanding, which is that, you know, I think we have nowadays a lot of tolerance for institutional variation between countries. And it should be very difficult for us to say, if you're looking at country X, just because you don't have this institution or that organization, that you are somehow deficient, because there are many different ways that you can get to a common objective. Having said that, it's probably not a coincidence that countries as diverse as ancient China, ancient Japan, the Roman Empire, early modern Europe, they all somehow eventually got around to the idea that there ought to be a body in government that is playing the role of the counterweight to the spending ambitions that all the other ministries have. So that in order to be able to reconcile revenues and spending at the end of the day, it ought to pass over the desk of somebody who says, this is the thing that, this sounds like it's maybe a bad idea, this is the thing that sounds maybe like a good idea, here's what we have to do in order to balance those two things out. Now, in modern government nowadays, there's sort of a duality in a lot of finance ministries, which is that you are at the same time a budget ministry and an economy ministry, something that we have not really found a very good way of resolving in a way that is institutionally sustainable and stable. A lot of integrated finance ministries are you know, subject to critiques that are essentially saying you ought to be split up a lot of separated ministries are the source of a lot of anxiety because of the inability to sort of close a negotiation gap as you're putting the budget together, which leads to higher deficits, which over the long term reduces economic resilience. Within this context, if you're assuming that the finance ministry has to be operating from a starting point that says not all additional expenditures are good, there has to be a way of making things fiscally sustainable over the long term, it's probably neither necessary nor sufficient to focus your attentions on a particular strategy or things like a green budget, for instance, which I would not say that that's a bad idea at all, but I don't think that if before you were not operating a very green budget, a budget that is very green, the fact that you're adopting a green budget is not necessarily going to move you a whole lot closer to it. Instead, there are two things that I would emphasize. And the one thing I'm very grateful for Conrado, that panel went before this one, because normally when I start to go on and on and on about the importance of the senior civil service for the operation of public finances and the public finance system, people's eyes are sort of beginning to glaze over, and a lot of my colleagues are then minded to say, this sounds like it's a civil service issue, it's not a public finance issue, but that's completely wrong, because finance ministries are ministries before they are of finance. If the senior civil service in the Ministry of Finance is not capable of managing strategic directions over the medium term, there's no tool, no plan, no strategy that you're adopting that is going to make up for that deficiency. And so if you have one priority in a Ministry of Finance is to get the cadre of senior civil servants in a position where they can take strategic decisions and they can engage with budgets in a strategic manner. The pressure of the budget, the monthly, weekly, annual pressure of the budget is so high that it's almost overwhelming. And so to be able to carve out the space within that to say, what are the things that we want to put into this year's budget process and next year's budget process so that we are achieving a certain set of results 10 years from now, and that ought to influence our negotiating positions when we are sitting down with the Ministry of Climate, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Infrastructure. That space needs to be found and it needs to be organized in a particular way, because all the incentives in the short run are just pushing you away from making the time and the space to do it. It's like keeping a diet and exercising regularly and so on. I think it's Saint Augustine who said, Lord, let me be chaste, but not today. And I think that spirit is one that of course we have in government all over, because we are essentially human. I would have wanted to say something about the importance of international networks and regional institutions as well, but I guess we can get to that during the Q&A. I would just leave maybe on a note of, I think there's an enormous degree of unlifted potential right now. I'm saying this as somebody who has worked for regional technical organizations and networks of ministries of finance. I've spent a lot of time trying to raise funds in this space, and I think it's I'm struggling for a polite term. It's a huge waste of an opportunity that not more care is being taken to make these things work well and to make these things work right. This is not particularly, I'm very well aware and a great friend of institutions like CLAD, like ICLAC, like the Seminario Fiscal in Latin America. There's a lot more space to do that on a much higher level, with a much more sustained degree of investment and institutionalization, and absolutely no harm would come of doing more of those things. Thank you.
Obrigado, Philip. Ouvimos agora.
Thank you, Philip. Professor Isabella, Federal University of Rio.
Agradecendo a satisfação de estar nessa mesa.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. And I'd like to congratulate the ministry for this second edition of States of the Future 2. Last year's event was a huge success. So it's great to be here once again. I wrote my speech based on this provocation and around 3 questions. Not that I own the answers to them. I'm not that pretentious, but what I will try to enlighten are the following. First of all, what are we facing? What is ahead of us? What are we looking at? When you speak of global transformation, everybody agrees, I believe, we're not going through normal times, regular times. I mean, geopolitical transformation, you have wars today, you have genocides in huge proportions, authoritarian governments, you know, brute attacks to democracy, and at the same time, you have huge New World Order transformations occurring. The Chinese mention a long period of unstable times to come. You know, the foreign minister of China says what I'm saying. And another cliche I want to bring up by Gramsci is the old is dying and the new still cannot emerge. And in between, a succession of morbid symptoms appear in the New World Order. And this is what we're seeing today. Morbid symptoms worldwide. There is a crisis of disintegration of the world order as it was day after day. What brought about this crisis, I believe, are themes and issues to be discussed in many panels such as this one, and which are also part of the report you guys handed in this morning to us. So it has to do with capitalism's neoliberal order and format, if you will, of reduction of public policies, of regulation, which brings great effects to peripheral countries, main countries, central countries, first world as well as third world countries. Climate change, which is absolutely dramatic and an issue which is a huge priority. Structural programs we face everywhere in the world, and the lack of those. At the same time, another embryon of this crisis I bring up is the fact that there is a competition state, if you will, to cite Van der Piddel from a Dutchman, international relations professor, which is China as this huge potence rivalizing with the rest of the world, and technology comes into play, and many people call it already the 4th industrial revolution, and stuff which will reign in the capitalist world for the years to come. And look, this is not a liberal country. China, we know, their communism and
Policrises que nós vivemos. Então isso me leva a
their attitude and the positioning. So my second question comes about, which is, what is still in the oven, or what are we still pregnant of, but cannot still be born? And I don't have a question but an answer, but I cannot stop here my debate and questioning. There are mechanisms of how this current world works. And you called me a China girl, Chico Gaetani, so I'm a researcher for decades now, and I liked being called China girl, and I will focus a bit of my speech on China and this new world order. During the last 45 years, we know that China gradually was incorporated into the capitalist production world, but a capitalism there which is highly regulated by their government. There is no free operating up there, but it comes into labor relations and so on. Their productive structure has gone through a development experience which is absurd, and of course they have hugely reduced the poverty and come into play for technology, creating rivalry with major countries, with countries which are key countries in the fourth industrial revolution. So we're speaking about a heavy government, entrepreneurship, and different sectors, areas, markets, plans for each one of them, and technological policies, political influence, and they do own instruments to accomplish all this. First of all, I speak about credit, because China does have resources, money, credit, and so on, and they are able to mobilize huge amounts of resources to produce and compete, resources which other countries do not own or have or count on, rely on. Secondly, their number of government-owned companies is huge compared to others. Technical patterns, manipulation in order to benefit their local brands, low income interest rates, protectionism to boost their exports, high rates of investment. During the last 10 years, 41% of their GDP, regulation on foreign capital, a huge list, an endless list of state skills which bring them to this tremendous growth during the last 45 years. Naturally, this process contains lots of contradictions domestically. You have bubbles in the real estate markets down there. We've talked about this previously. The building of social welfare very conservatively, very limitedly, which bring about negative impacts, very accentuated in China's domestic economy. However, bridging the gap and crossing the bridge, as I mentioned before, I talked about how to face these huge crises. China's role has been looking for mechanisms for strengthening, such as diversification and the use of different exchanges and partnerships in the international financial market. So within this context, within this Trump's world, if I may, this is something very easy. Credibility and previsibility, and being an alternative source of investments for a great number of countries, developing countries, without political instability. But on the other hand, which also have ambitions of great potencies and powers, such as superpowers, for instance, on vetoing the reform of the UN's Security Council or the BRICS Plus operations, orienting it to their strategic interests. My third and final question is, how may Brazil react and deal with so many structural transformation and changes and contribute for a more just and equal development distribution? Naturally, Brazil, Latin America, and developing countries and the developing world in general. Our relationship with China throughout the last 20 years has been of many victories and at the same time of many challenges. China has relieved our external relations, and I come from the economics department of an important university in Brazil. We know this is important for development, but the gaps of economic development are not all solved only by these measures. Our relationship with China has focused on three main products of exports: iron, soybean, and oil. So we have productive regression and disindustrialization, if you may. China is not the only one to blame for this. We also are. The policies we have chosen throughout the years culminate on this, but from the 2010, this relationship and process with China is intensified. This deindustrialization of our country affected by China directly. What I see as vital at this moment as a peripheral country for us is to take advantage of the gaps which open during these periods of great transitions and great breakings and hegemonic transitions and aggressive capitalism, a new Cold War, which I totally disagree with this terminology. But anyway, due to the various interests and mutations, less consolidated power relationships, less consolidated, this may bring about the chance to build elements for a new world order which will suit Latin America and its countries which are committed to development and sustainability. For this report is very clear regarding strategical interests of great powers and potencies. Let us analyze where there is tension and complementarity to meet two basic prerequisites for development for Brazil. First one, Latin American integration. Brazil must be a greater protagonist and leader in this, not facing all this by yourself, but with an integrated network as a block. And secondly, as Prebisch used to say, our Argentinian neighbor, the need of structural change, increase of production chains and value of our structural chain. I'll give it a break so we may chat. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Isabel. Let us now listen to Jairo from PNUD. Thank you very much. I won't speak Portuñol, I'll speak Spanglish, because I have based my remarks as I went along, jotting them down, and we have Barbados ambassador present, and so if you allow me, Ambassador, let me mention your Prime Minister Mia Mottley. First of all, thank you very much, Claude, for this great report. This is very precious and a great contribution for Latin America and the Caribbean. At the moment, we speak of geopolitical tensions, which makes it hard for us to sit down and chat and talk. and to look for answers for common problems which affect us. Therefore, congratulations to everyone. Now,
I've been listening carefully the previous sessions and the previous two speakers before me, and I want to connect or try to connect how these conversations are related to what this panel is discussing regarding geopolitical transitions from a regional perspective in Latin America and the Caribbean. And the first thing that I'm going to say is that today is very different than 20 or 30 years ago when we were talking about the third wave of democratization in Latin America and the Caribbean. And what was the role of the state? It seems to me that now we are in a different conversation where we are shifting from hope. Somebody mentioned before lunch that there is a need to recover, that hope messaging towards fear. The driver of polarization in Latin America and the Caribbean seems to be inciting towards fears from the population and the political systems. Second, 20 years ago, we had done this conversation, and we will talk about the size of the state. And I don't think that, as somebody mentioned in the morning, the conversation is not about the size of the state, it's about the functions that we are going to give the state. And how do we distribute those functions, within the state. Third, I think that it's very important is that today, more people live under non-democratic regimes than full democracies in Latin America and the Caribbean. Full democracies in Latin America, we have 4: Barbados, Chile, Uruguay, and Costa Rica. There's more people living under non-democratic regimes than under full democracies in Latin America and the Caribbean. And that has an impact in terms of this driver of polarization and geopolitical tensions. And fourth, and then I will move on, to more specific examples. Perhaps this is the first generation in which the children will not have an equal or better development landscape or opportunity moving forward. And I think that that's very important because of the economic opportunities, that people have moving forward thinking. Now, development in Latin America and the Caribbean is under pressure. We know that. Democracy and the role of the state also is under pressure. Definitely nowadays we continue to be the most democratic region among developing regions in the world, but we have all our democracies, there is a high degree of lack of satisfaction towards that functioning of democracy. We have polarized democracies. Latin America and the Caribbean is the region that has polarized the most in the past 5 years globally. And this is why I praise this type of conversations around a specific research topic. And the topic that today worries most in Latin America is about citizen security and crime. And here is where I'm going to cite your Prime Minister. In December, in Barbados, we launched the Regional Alliance for Justice, Security, and Development. And Prime Minister Motley made a reference that I took note, and I think that she's completely understanding how the region works. And I'm going to paraphrase my handwriting. She said, open quotes, "All regions in the world have theaters of war. Latin America and the Caribbean doesn't. But Latin America and the Caribbean has theaters of conflict and violence." What does it mean? we don't have a war inside Latin America. Latin America has 10% of the world population, more or less. 35% of homicides globally happen in Latin America and the Caribbean. And that's increasing, right? So that's part of that conversation, that this polarization is about fears that the population has. But the other element is that traditional economic theories about the role of the state will tell us that the state has two monopolies. The use of force, the use of the military or the police to control order, and the collection of taxes. And those two monopolies today are being questioned by organized crime that control territories. Somebody earlier in the morning also mentioned Juan Pablo Luna, right, and the role that organized crime has in a region like Latin America and the Caribbean. And I think that those are important elements, you know, to look at as part of this conversation. The other element of fear is the conversation of migration and how it's interrupting the social cohesion and the economic opportunities for host populations. And third, in terms of fear, is the impact on state capacity, right? It has an impact, and then we need to understand and unpack, and I'm very glad that CLAD, and I'm very happy that Corrado now is leading, you know, that very important institutions, because, you know, we need to make sure that we understand when fear dominates the public agenda, states are pressured to prioritize punitive or exclusionary measures over inclusive, evidence-based policies in the region, right? And this is something that, you know, that we also have to incorporate. Also, if we had this conversation 20 years ago, we would be saying that being a civil servant or a public servant is a privilege, it's a honor, right? It brings prestige, so to speak. Today, it seems to be quite the contrary, right? Being a public official, being a civil servant is not necessarily seen as a good, positive thing for the larger population. So these weaknesses in institutions, how do we understand it? The impact that it has on the trust that citizens put on it, and the limits the state's ability to respond to these complex challenges, whether domestic or global. Now, I am going to also talk about a little bit, and the report does, mostly on chapter 2 and 3, about the geopolitical transformations regarding the vulnerabilities and the opportunities in Latin America and the Caribbean. For instance, chapter 2 talks about these external shocks and internal fragilities, when it talks about these global trends, economic shocks, tariff wars, migration flows. Today, Latin America is importing more migrants than it was exporting a few years ago as a region. What do I mean? Today, the larger number of people in Latin America that is migrating is not migrating to the US or to Europe. Is migrating to another country in Latin America and the Caribbean. Today, and that trend, you know, that trend is increasing. There are around 45 million Latin Americans that have been born in a country in Latin America, but are living in another country of Latin America. So we are becoming a receptor of migrants and not, sending migrants out. And that also has implication in terms of crime, because the region again faces this unprecedented rising of organized crime, both of which are exploited in political discourse to justify these exceptional measures and restriction of rights. And this is what chapter 4, I think that has put into the conversation. Now, I'm going to talk about the pressure that the state is also having. And here was so important the role that institutions like CLAD have in the region, and why these fears hampers development or adds to this pressure that development is having. We know that there is an erosion of trust in the public sector. It's been discussed in the previous two panels. And the report shows that, the trust in democratic institutions is at an historic low. Only 4 in 10 citizens express satisfaction with democracy. And this is the lowest that we have had. The bad news is that most likely it will continue decreasing moving forward. This lack of trust generates what is known as policy paralysis. And again, I think that this is what the report in chapter 3, tries to bring us, to the conversation. This fear-driven politics leads to short-termism, policy reversals, and a focus on security over social investments. Speaking about, how the ministers of finance, prioritize, allocations. Now, navigating these geopolitical transitions, and I'm going to move very quickly. I think that what can LAC do? First, we need to continue to strengthen state capacities and professionalism, right? There's no other way, there are no shortcuts to that. And here, CLAD mandate, it's very clear and spot on. Invest in professional, resilient, and innovative public administration. Where do you put the money as a Ministry of Finance, as was mentioned earlier? The report also calls for more dialogue and social cohesion. But how do we do that, right? How do we bring, that conversation to the table when people are not trusting the state institutions? And when we have a social contract that in theory assumes that everybody is equal, but we are the most unequal region in the world in terms of economic opportunities, right? So that social contract that we have, has been broken. So when we talk about it's not about the size of the state, but the functions of the state, how can we bring that legitimacy to the state in those functions, wherever it is that we agree with, either ideologically or in terms of efficiency of service delivery. You were talking about China. I lived in Vietnam for 8 years, and I remember, and this is just a footnote, my friends in the Vietnamese government and in the Communist Party will say, Jairo, you have to understand that is the government strategy to keep people busy and with economic opportunities. I said, why? Because then they are busy and they are not thinking in politics. When we have, in Latin America and the Caribbean, for instance, the larger number of unemployment levels and the large number of informality, right, it begs the question, that it also feeds into that political polarization discourse. The report also calls for fiscal sustainability, right? How do we diversify resources and implement progressive tax reforms to finance inclusive politics? And here I'm going to end with this. I think it was Joseph Stiglitz that said, inequality is a choice of public policies. Because governments have the capacity to determine where and how much they are going to invest. And then we have a research in UNDP where we ask the question, how much inequality can a democracy endure? Considering that we have this dichotomy in the region, we are the most democratic region among developing regions in the world, but we have the highest levels of economic inequalities and opportunities. So I think that in my conclusion, I think that the biggest challenge that we have and that this report is asking us is to turn fear into opportunity. How do we do that? So we change the discourse and then we change the function of the state and the public institutions. The greatest political risk for Latin America and the Caribbean may not be externally driven, but it's more internally driven, and is that internalization of fear that divides, that paralyzes, and erodes the very institutions needed for development and for democratic functioning. And this is an antidote that is not only about stronger states, again, right, is about more inclusive, transparent, and responsive institutions. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Jairo. Agora nós ouvimos a embaixadora de Barbados no Brasil.
Now we're going to listen to the ambassador of Barbados in Brazil, Tanika, please. So, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here representing the Republic of Barbados here in Brazil. I will present myself because I believe that will make it easier for you to understand my comments. Can I say Jairo or Jairo? Jairo, okay. So my colleague, I would like to congratulate all my colleagues here, the minister and her team. I will speak in Portuguese, maybe Portuguese with some mistake that you may forgive me for that, please. And if English comes up, because it's a problem that I may express myself in English. But I would like to present myself because I'm here very excited and very grateful to be here. Sometimes I need to be orientated by because I'm an ambassador of a country in development that needs to participate in these panels. I'm very grateful, but it goes beyond. I accept this with a huge responsibility. And beyond this, because I'm an ambassador of the great Mia Mottley. So the first thing, I'm not going to this problem, but I will identify one of the issues here that we are trying to identify some solutions. It really touched me, this thing about being politically designed instead of being a public server that went through the stages of training that we know. I've been here since 6 years ago. I was feeling insecure because I got into this position without any training, and from the Brazilian diplomatic is one of the most potential diplomatic department. For one person that was studying in Cachoeira, studying with Angela Davis about the transnational colonialism. So imagine that feminism. I don't even remember the words, but that was my perspective and my presentation to this great country, which is a continent. I arrived here as a student. I had no idea in 2017 that I would be an ambassador. So my perspective was thinking as a student. When they designed me as the prime minister, I said, "Are you sure? Did you check my CV?" That it wasn't really a formation of a diplomatic, but I studied Portuguese, Spanish, and also French. I worked in the Exterior Commerce Chamber, in Education Department. So, fortunately or unfortunately for the people who are in the system that were interrupted because of my entrance, I was very high qualified. I don't like to talk about myself, but now I'm forced to justify why I'm here.
Mas é para compartilhar.
Just to share the things that I consider are a real problem, because I think Barbados is a lucky place. We have a leader that represents the core of fear. When I'm sitting here and I'm listening to you talking about these feelings, I can really feel this. and my body feel this. It's a non-diplomatic thing. It's not a diplomatic thing to be here sweating and feeling what you're saying as if it is an important moment, as if it was a reality. When my prime minister speaks, when people listen to her, they stop to feel the inspiration that she is able to transmit. So for me, it's very important for me when I turn on my TV, when I'm watching all the things that are bad things that makes our population ill until we get a point to get zero ideas and to generate the courage to have innovation. When I turn on the TV, when I listen to this bad things, I need to look to some other place and feel the inspiration. My country is this size. It's inside of, it's like my country disappear inside your country. So we defend the multilateral system. And why is that? Because it's really important. Independent of our size, and regardless of our vulnerability as a development island, we really need to believe in the power of our voice and the power of our prime minister, some other leaders, the power of Caribbean and the multilateralism. And we stand in our position without fear. I'm an ambassador to have this perspective that comes from a country that contributes to this debate with a different perspective. We were talking about the importance of case studies, right? So I will only talk about Barbados as it was a case study. Okay, so this is what an ambassador do. She needs to represent the country, and I go beyond. I will represent the problems, the context of the problem that we have. All of you, do you know where our country is? Just giving you a different reference. Getting out from Boa Vista in the north of Brazil, that would be 1 hour and 40 minutes flight. By plane, of course, to get into our country, Barbados. In our imagination, Barbados is not so close. It's like very far there in the Caribbean. It's a marvelous island with white sands. But it's also a country that it's the newest republic of the world. So when I think of this geopolitical reality now and the relation with what is happening over there in the international field and what is happening in the local field, I have to contextualize this into the decolonization process. And why is that? Because I don't like to talk about these things. I don't like, really. It's painful for me. But if we don't understand the structure of what we have as a problem, the problem that we're trying to solve, we will never feel ourselves so as we can go inside of our minds, inside of our power, inside of our difficult times, inside of these vulnerable situations to try to find solutions and to bring innovation. I thank God that I watched TV and I got into depression over and over again. But we can say that I have some other opportunities, some other perspectives that I can check and take the fear away from me. This is the base of my speech. This is about Barbados and why I will insist in having more hope. And what are the examples from my country? And I will share some examples that I really expect you to understand. I maybe can leave here some original context. And I want to say positive, but it's a word that I don't like so much, but you understand that. There is a theory about the toxic positivism, right? Yeah. So this is what I mean. So, as my prime minister used to say, I don't know if you saw it, but in her last speech in the United Nations, she said, "We are living now the crisis of the truth." She said that our humanity needs to choose between the new international methods capable to save people and also to save the planet. I was watching her speech during an experience that I want to share with you here. How much time do I Oh, I have here 7 years, right? 7 years of my career as a diplomatic, but I got here in November of 2018. After studying all of these things that I've just commented, so it was a shock for me to my system. How will I be and how will I literally see myself and represent all of this? How will I be faithful to the diplomacy and to these ideas? So I got here and I went through the pandemic time here, and the pandemic literally changed my embassy. Barbados is a development country that is in international stage as one of the most powerful voices representing not only Caribbean and little countries, but also some other countries. One of the most important things that my prime minister said was, I'm not here talking about the climate changes as if it was as if it is a problem from the poor country. I would like here to do a remark here that Lula in fact did. He says that there is no poor country. In fact, we have countries where we have poor people. It's not a country that is defined as a poor country that has its majority poor people. We need to talk about the poor people of the planet, not of the countries. We're not only thinking about small island developing states. We are thinking about what is important to the planet. And one of the things that I would like to leave it clear here without any fear, we can think beyond and breaking the barriers that are historically artificial. And I mean, I don't want to go into further details about this, but this is one of the innovations that will be a demand in the future. And my question is, what will be diplomacy in the future? Do you know what I mean? If we're maintaining or challenging the systems, or will we be concerned about the implementation? How will we translate these huge ideas that we have to a daily basis methodology of our professional life? And I will just get back to some things that I didn't say here. I was here watching the Prime Minister's speech, and I was with a group from Barbados and the chief from Human Resources, the public sector chief, the representative of the financial department, the representative of the exterior of foreign affairs department. And the project was, how can we prepare our embassy to this mission? And this is a mission of Barbados, to follow this way of being advocate, to be a defender of the climate changes if the embassy was never created with this purpose. How will I lead the process of looking for partnership with Brazil, with our priorities, and to face all the insecurity situation that we have if the embassy was not created for this, and also if the public sector was not created based on these things 10 years ago. So I've just went through a process that we could talk about ideas here. We can talk about many different problems, about the geopolitical issues. I like it. But to be more concrete, I'm sitting here listening to you or listening to my Prime Minister's speech. And I use the news about the tasks, and I listen to Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela's news. And for that, I need to have more power to defend myself from the situation. And I got it. But I will only share 3 case studies from Barbados, not only here being without or in a situation like voiceless or thinking that I'm a little country. Sometimes I have some colleagues that do not talk to the ambassador from the United States or France because they feel like I'm too small to talk to them. I won't dare talking to them. So this is an attitude that we need to change and need to be the base of any political system which will be created to deal with this new reality, geopolitical realities. Barbados, it's a little island, but it's in a state, we call it a big ocean state. Right. Economical zone, it's huge. How is it possible the public servers that were trained to think that we are little island in development to be with an ambassador that is not able to get into this mindset? And I really can't. Do you know what I mean? How can I transform the public politics to be in a way according to this innovation everybody is talking about? We like to talk about innovation, but if we get 4 people that always worked in the back in the old models, how can you transform these people to become a driver, for example? If you are able to do this, that's okay, but we are not able to do that. So how will we do these huge transformations that are huge demands now? So Barbados is thinking like that. We're a big ocean state. Big ocean state. We don't know how to deal this ocean state. Nobody knows what it is. So all of us are trying to define what it is and to deal with it. Barbados gave the world another thing, which is the second thing. Not thinking about our unique perspective as a development island. Barbados thought together with Germany and Latin America and etc. the Bridgetown Initiative. And what is this Bridgetown Initiative facing right now? Well, it says that to be able to, yes,
to achieve the goals, the sustainable development goals, we have a deficit. We have a deficit de quanto? É trilhões. Everybody knows it. Right? We walk around talking about sustainable development goals as though we didn't have the hugest, crazy deficit on the planet. There is no sustainable development, as Mia would say, unless you have money to pay for it. What are we talking about? So we made the priority the raising of money for the sustainable development goals. We're not thinking about how to raise money just to pay off the debt from the last hurricane. We're not thinking about how to advocate for a better interest rate. Because you know what happens in small countries like mine? Chegou o furacão. A gente já tinha...
Well, Now, talking about the hurricane, we had that before. We have the interest rates. Os juros são mais altos. The interest or higher we are paying to rebuild the island. We pay for the past. So this is an injustice moment that we are living. And if you don't know about injustice,
you don't think about the right solutions. You start going, isso aqui é problema.
So maybe this is a fiscal problem. It's a historical problem and a problem of justice and also about fear. The last thing that I will say is the initiative of Bridgetown. It's a proposal to have funds to fill in this huge blank, and it talks about the importance of the private sector to be engaged. And we also talk about the insurance sector. It thinks about new system.
Finance, not for us, not for small islands, not for vulnerable countries, but for everybody, as she said, between the Tropic of Cancer. Tropic of Cancer and the Capricorn. Between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, right? This is who we're thinking about. The last thing I want to say, so I'm telling you this story, and these people are here, and they're inspecting my work plan, and they go, here's Mission Barbados. And I go, well, obviously my budget, my work structure, the behavior of my team, the structure of my team has to be in line with this new mission, right? It's right. And I have the opportunity now to do that. So as I sit here, when I leave here, I'm writing a work program, thanks to all of you, thank you, to try to reflect that we are who we say we are on this international stage, and we do the things that we say we do on this international stage, including climate advocacy, including setting up a food corridor, food security corridor between Guyana and Barbados and Brazil, including thinking beyond our limited financial capacity, including thinking about the justice and the injustice of the system. And so the last thing I want to talk about is culture, right? Because I'm trying to talk about behavior and implementation. And I don't think that there's any coincidence between fearless behavior and impact. I don't know how I would be a public servant if fear was my dominant, like the suit. Sabe o traje que eu tinha que botar para...
You know what I had to develop my work, what they called a black woman. So the culture that I want to talk to you here about, the aspect of what I want to say here, I hope that I can create metaphor. Barbados has just had a festival of culture. I don't know if you remember, maybe we have some people here that will not remember, but remember when the fair, the international fair, we used to talk about politics, our conditions. We were trying to show our regional culture. So when was last time about the feria? I will do a festival or something like this. We ended that situation. This world ended where the social concern are in front of our mindset. We know that it's over. We don't have that reality. Not anymore. So I'm watching TV and changing the channel to ask UNGA speech. Barbados is hosting a festival with 300 events in 10 days. It's a complete crazy situation. Total crazy situation. I would like to bring here, what's the name? The brochure. I would like to bring here the brochure. I use this. Check this little country. I've done this during 10 days, full of people. And in the end, they said the Prime Minister and the Director of Culture, they did a show of drones. Because I'll mention the drone show, because everyone there were marvelous with that. Any person who was there felt the sensation that we can. And what is this? What is happening? Can we really? Yes, that's true. We can. So the culture, for me, breaks. This is a place that goes to our mind to face our fears and to interrupt this bad news of terrorists. Where
Right? É precisamente nesse momento que a gente precisa lembrar que a gente é gente.
we need to remember that we are people, the same voice that talks about the climate changes, that ask for any recovery. So pay for this recovery that defends 80 countries that are vulnerable. It's the same voice that's saying the culture is the secret to the union of our people. If we don't do this, we will lose any possibility to collaboration. We'll lose any possibility to innovation, or lose any possibility to look at something and say, wow, we are able to do that. My friend told me that. So, with these things, my role as an ambassador right in this moment on a strategic plan aligned to the Barbados mission that I've just commented about the food situation and the advocacy on the international stage, the climate changes, to participate in events like this, is to expand our diplomatic brand with Brazil and also with Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, and I'm also ambassador for Chile, Uruguay, and Paraguay. And this means that I need to dance according to the music of the reality of these countries. So as an ambassador, I'm an implementer. I implement a vision. I need to sell a product that tells the truth. This is very metaphoric. Yeah, I know. So we need to align what we are doing and what I represent, what my country does, with a vision that has no fear. And to do my embassy to enjoy this moment so as they can break the colonial diplomacy standards. Because if I don't do this, if I was only in the career, if I only believe that it's possible to have a new structure, so I need to be courage and to deliver this document tomorrow morning. Do you believe me? And now we do this. And I really need to believe that some of the things that I've heard here, they will really make a difference in the end. So I'm not here a technical professional in geopolitical issues. I know that you are a specialist. I just would like you to know about a different perspective, that it's an unapologetically and economical, because I know at the end of the colonial period, this is what is happening.
Dealing with the fact that we now have to look at this thing and understand that this is the monster that has been consuming the world for not 500, but 700 long years. And we have to understand it in its complexity. And if we keep talking about it as though it was only 500 years and 300 years, or this century or last century, we are lost. If we start talking about gender as though it's not true that they had to destroy women's bodies in order for this project to work, if we forget that and think about gender as though it was a problem that came up and it's a modern problem, it is not. So my overall thesis as an ambassador of the newest republic in the world is that I have to think of a decolonial embassy, a decolonial work program, a fearless kind of situation, a way of thinking of Barbados and Brazil as equal partners, and working the geopolitics as opportunity and not fear. And I'm sorry, but I will stop there. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. We may spend hours listening to you. It would be a huge pleasure. We're running out of time, so I will be straightforward. One last question, well, actually 4 of them, so if you wish to comment on them and debate it, feel free, but please, 3 minutes each, would you? Thank you kindly. So, first of all, Philip, I'd like to ask you, well, please make your final remarks. You said you would need a bit more to talk about the international dimension on the impact of resilience in countries. So my question is, what is the contribution of the international finance system and multilateral organizations? Professor Isabella, you spoke about one of the ways, paths for Brazil to get inserted into this world, which is beginning to appear. So, integration with Latin America and structural transformation. I'd like to hear a bit about, according to you, which place does China hold on these challenges? So if you had the Cepal moment, and then in 2002, the protagonist was America, the U.S., integrated economies. Now, talking about China, what are the positive and negative points, challenges and barriers it poses? Heido, and similar to Ambassador, you spoke a lot about fear. This was very interesting. So, fear is something associated in Latin America to issues linked to, public safety and high violence and homicide rates. How do you believe that effective political policies may lower fear amongst population? Usually we think this the other way around. Fear brings us to public policies, but how can we go the other way around? How do public policies affect fear? And Ambassador, 2 questions for you. First of all, how to build leaderships such as your own. You spoke a bit about your trajectory, not very conventional in Barbados diplomacy. How to build leaderships which have a vision to a colonial diplomacy, to face fear and, speaking, equally with 2 great power players and students today, young diplomats who wish to have a bicolonial diplomacy example. How do we form this generation? This is it. So, if you will, Philip, I'm sorry. Let's go the other way around. Yes, Ambassador, back. Let's go backwards. Within the program, work ethics, you must identify opportunities and train these people. Which are the skills required? I would say cooperation is something not very natural to us. It is very expected from us, however, it is not natural. It has to do with your idea of yourself. Who do you think you are? So intercultural cooperation. I believe anti-fear. Just, erase this fear, work your mind wherever you have lots of fear. So, public services and policies in countries, formerly colonized, which were born under colonialism, the fear of acting and breaking rules and punitive measures. As I said before, it's integrated in, people, society, and so on. So how do you deal with that? How do you break this, leaving your one's own self, your own limits? And I think, training on diplomacy, the colonial diplomacy reality. Let me mention you briefly. I was studying these things with Angela, Daisy, and so on. And when I became an ambassador, they gave me this role. I always tell the story. This beautiful role of, this piece of paper. And my heart was like just went through, I went through the roof, and it came from the Queen. And I mean, I think I'm an intelligent lady. I have traveled. I speak Chinese, etc. I'm sophisticated. And this piece of paper came to me, and my heart, started beating fast and looking at this reality, which means being an independent country as a chief of, the Queen of England still ruled us, and I had to stop. And I thought to myself, if I, even with this piece of paper on my hand, unthinkably, myself, think about people who would, just are averse to change. The impact on this person will be huge, because I almost had a heart attack because I was so ashamed, and without realizing, connecting the dots. So this is what we need to do. Training on colonialism's reality. I didn't like about nothing of this. I didn't want any of this, but I woke up to reality. I had to wake up. Thank God someone helped me, lent me a helping hand, and I think this is very important, not only in countries which have been colonized, but also in countries which have colonized others. Because, as I mentioned, the end of the colonization phase, please do not record me right now, off the record. I want my job. The monstrosity of wars, it is the end. So if we wish truly, we must understand, because we have not understood till this day for 500, 700 years now. We must study why did they burn women who spoke about witchcraft, because this has everything to do with the days we are going through today. We must understand, why did they burn religious books 700 years ago of the Muslims? Who sent these people here? What is the hunger which really fed their trips, which produced Barbados and Brazil? Named both countries, named by the Portuguese. What was this to the world? What was happening back then, which produces fear so huge to bring the human being to classify some people as animals, pardon me. So this is a humanity disease, a cycle. I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. I value it.
Of this information. We cannot have public sector people who are afraid of the history that produces the reality. You have to teach people the context that they're operating in, and you have to care for them. Você não pode acordar.
You cannot tell people, look, this is what happened. You know what happened on Sunday? I mean, I'm sorry. you, and this is the first time you hear about this, you must take good care of people. When you break this news to them, they go into shock. Oh my God, is this what's going on really, truly? This is what your country produces?
For people, you need to wake them up to the reality and the historical reality of things, my opinion. We need to help people realize that collaboration is not natural. It's not natural to us to learn to collaborate. You have to learn how to do it. And I don't remember the other thing, but I believe in it.
I have a fear. It's difficult to speak after the ambassador and say something coherent, but I'm going to try to do it. I think that my comment to fear is that 20 years ago there was a lot of hope, and when you hear the politicians speaking, there was this message of hope. Nowadays, the political discourse is less about hope and more about instigating fears that population might have. And that's what I meant, with that. But there is one exception. Prime Minister Modi. I will really recommend everybody to go and watch the presentation that she gave at the UN General Assembly last week, because I think that she was a light of hope in the middle of an UN General Assembly where you have everybody inciting to fear and the Prime Minister to hope and to work together, strengthen the multilateralism, defend democracy, and build stronger states that are more efficient and more effective. And I think that part of the answer to your question is, well, we need to keep, first of all, right, it's difficult, and we cannot neglect that there is a information pollution happening around, right? And that it has an impact on how institutions respond, public institutions respond to crises and social problems that citizens demand. But let's not forget, when we have elections, and we have elections in all countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, citizens vote with one expectation. The expectation is the candidate that I'm voting for is going to win. And when she or he assumes power, is going to implement a public policy that is going to benefit my quality of life, that is going to work with the public institutions to expand my opportunities. And that's the very principle of how public policies will shape the work of institutions. And this is what we need to understand, how this new or this transition is going to happen, so the institutions continue delivering services to citizens that are more demanding, that are less tolerant, and that are asking for a more immediate response to more immediate problems, right? So part of the answer is, how do we support institutions like GLAD, but also public sector institutions to build more adaptive, resilient, and forward-looking systems so we can anticipate crises and problems before the state gives a response. Because again, it seems to me that what we have been discussing today is not about the state or no state. It's not the discussion that we had in the past, the end of the state or the end of history, right? It's about what functions are we going to give to the state in order to provide certain responses in an environment that there is a lot of distrust and information pollution happening that incites towards fears of the population.
Alô? Bom, não tem como.
Look, I cannot thank you enough and listen to the ambassador. So inspiring, so moving and touching. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for your reflection and everything you gave us here today. Very impacting, your speech. So, straight to the point to answer you regarding what does China represent today for integration in Latin America. We have seen, at least from a point of view economically, that China represents many challenges to the integration process due to the displacement and substituting a commerce which was more integrated. And now there are commercial relations straight with China. It is the number one player for Latin America, and we have many colleagues which perform this. For instance, the relationships bilaterally with China, Argentina, for instance, and ours as well. However, and it is vital to bring up this responsibility to our protagonism, especially for Brazil, on the role at the end of the day of a leadership which Brazil should have in this integration process, which has been weakened very much so due to our complicated political trajectory and development throughout the past years. We're not back on our feet yet, but when you look at a huge Chinese investment here in Latin America, which the Bioceanica one, which connect Ilhéus in Bahia, states of Goiás, Mato Grosso, Rondônia, Acre, and leave through the great port from Peru to the port of Shanghai, which is huge, connecting directly Latin America and China without going through the Straits of Malacca and other, which are vulnerable geopolitically for China, and traveling straight through the Pacific from Brazil to China. Some things are very important in this project. For instance, the weakness of the Latin American integration. I mean, first of all, the memo which was signed between the new memo between Brazil and China for this study of feasibility does not include Peru, and this is nuts. It's crazy. It's insane. I mean, how can you exclude the other Latin American partner? I mean, it was written by the Chinese company who is performing the feasibility study, but excludes Peru. Therefore, there's no Latin American dialogue. This has huge impact on the whole region. It implicates a reorganizing of, the flowing out of commodities of several Latin American countries, because China's intention is to export critical minerals utilizing their Shanghai port, which is a high-scale one, used by this bioceanical channel or railroad, if you will. So it is very important. The ambassador just told us about a decolonial diplomacy, leaving this place, this syndrome of colonized country who believes that external investment comes in to become a protagonist, sovereign, and in defining this infrastructure. I mean, it is once again, to repeat myself, the creation of, the British banks who back in the day on the 19th century, export corridors for basic materials in our national territory in Latin America. Thank you kindly.
This is now a very difficult panel to close out, and so for me, I dream in filing systems. My visions are standing orders, and that is about as inspirational as you're going to get me on this panel, at least today. So I think it is fair to say that at this point in time, we don't know how governments are going to tackle the challenge of climate change. I also think that that's not particularly a problem, because anybody who came to me today and said that here's that one sentence slogan, these are the 3 things that you need to do, check, check, check. You know, you're either very stupid or you're trying to sell me something. This isn't the time, it's too complex a challenge, and things are going to come through practice and innovation and lots of different places trying different things. Now, when I was reading the report, the States of the Future 1 report, prior to coming here, I was having that moment of fear and panic that everybody feels who has ever worked in a think tank, on behalf of the people who wrote the first report, which is, what if this is completely right? This is an absolutely crucial puzzle piece for what the future of the state is going to look like, and nobody reads it. We put everything into these 150 pages, or however many it is, and now it's sitting somewhere on a hard drive, and the people who, and obviously this is, you know, this is the fear of every think tank person, because if you don't have impact, then what are you good for? But it's also a very real thing in the sense that there will be people who are going to look at these sorts of questions in other places, and it might not be a question of today, it might be a question of 5 years from now, 10 years from now. How are they going to find the best ideas, the best inspiration, the best experiences that can be found the world over? And I think a really, really important piece of that is going to be not just regional institutions, but lots of overlapping and slightly differently set up and organized institutions where a certain degree of redundancy that might be offensive to people of a certain disposition who are going to look at this and would say, why do we need regional development banks when we have the World Bank already? Why do we need to have regional networks of policy experts when we already have the OECD? Let's just everybody get to travel to Paris every now and then, it's nice there. And that's completely the wrong approach to these things, because these institutions break down, people forget things, ideas go in and out of fashion and so on and so forth, and so the more of these overlapping layers of networks and institutions you have, the higher is the likelihood that when the time and the opportunity presents itself, the right people are going to be there and are going to be able to say, have you thought of da 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 da, whatever that particular thing might be. And we have examples like, for instance, I've worked with people in South Asia and in East Africa who have no concept of Brazil, Brazilian institutions and Brazilian history, who studied Bolsa Familia in an enormous amount of detail, and Pobreza Oportunidades, and are operating very, very successful conditional cash transfer systems, as many of you know. And so this is not an example to be given to say, everything is already there, why do we might as well go home, things are working perfectly, because I think these are the exceptions. We reference these sorts of cases of successful transfer and mutual peer learning and so on so frequently, because, you know, for every example like that, you can come up with 5 other ones where you would have said, dang, I wish we had been aware. I wish we'd been able to talk to somebody from Brazil when we were trying to get over this really, really crucial problem. It's not going to work if whoever feels like this is an institution that you own is not going to be able and willing to pay for it. Regional institutions are not expensive, and therefore there are lots of countries in Europe that are going to be very, very happy out of the goodness of their hearts, and I don't mean that in a cynical sense, who are going to be very happy to bankroll whatever regional institutions Africa, Latin America, Southeast Asia, and so on are going to come up with in the next couple of years. And that would be a terrible mistake, because if they are not overseen and owned and ultimately funded by the countries that are also going to be the beneficiaries of them, then you are not going to be able to steer them in the direction that works best for you. And I'm not saying that out of a spirit of antagonism or with the idea that, you know, there's such a thing as Latin American climate change or African climate change that is somehow detached from the way that, you know, the physics of the world is going to play itself out. But it's just a question of the best ways of finding complementarities is also being sure that there's a degree of independence and control over the way that you're setting up things and the way that you're organizing things. And I think there, like I said in the beginning, lots of work still left to be done, which is probably the most exciting point in time that you can find yourself in. And on that note, I stop. Thank you.
Obrigado.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It was an honor to moderate this. Sorry. No, we have no more time for Q's and A's. I hope you all learned a lot, just as I did. There are many questions to come, so I'd like to invite you to stay here for Challenges on Democracy, our next panel. Thank you kindly. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Let us go for our coffee break. 20 minutes. You have some coffee outside. Join us, and please be back at 4:45. Thank you kindly.
Vamos reiniciar, então, os nossos trabalhos, seguindo agora para o último seminário de hoje. É o terceiro e último seminário, que tem o tema O Futuro da Democracia, Nacionalismo, Desinformação e o Contrato Social. Convidamos para fazer sua contribuição aqui no palco a senhora Edilene Lobo, advogada, ex-ministra do Tribunal Superior Eleitoral. O senhor Miguel Lago, diretor executivo do Instituto de Estudos para Políticas de Saúde. Ok, ele já está vindo. Perfeito. A senhora Mônica Sodré, CEO da Meridiana. E a senhora Celina Pereira, secretária extraordinária adjunta para a transformação do Estado no Ministério da Gestão e Inovação em Serviços Públicos, que fará a moderação desta sessão.
Bom, pessoal, boa tarde a todas as pessoas presentes.
First of all, speaking at the end of the day like this is a bit cruel. You know, we feel a bit lonely, but you know, certainly this will be compensated by our great debate here. Well, it is an honor and a privilege, first of all, to partake in this panel. Such great people, Minister Edilene, Monica, Intel, and I'm sure this exchange will be very productive and healthy. My dear fellows, this is a very challenging panel. Here today we'll have, we'll play the role of, very challenging to, talk about climate change, disinformation, populism, nationalism, and playing this samba. Let's put all this in the blender, mix it up, and let's see what we get out of it. But before I jump into our chat and content itself, let me remind you, flashback a bit, how we got here today. As Ambassador Tonica mentioned, let's put things into context. Let us understand our place. When you think about, towards COP30, this slogan, this event intends to say that there is no magical solution to the climate issue. So none of us believe that huge innovation structures or intergalactical ones were created to leave, capable and resilient states and governments, very responsive ones, added to robust democracies, solid ones, with multilateralism as a locus in excellence, where great challenges must be processed to reach results that all countries may be heard, having their sovereignty being respected. On the opening, ex-minister Teresa Campelo mentioned our resilience in fighting crises and tragedies in the south of Brazil. She spoke about the legacy COP30 intends to leave. Ambassador André Correia spoke about mitigation and challenges we are still going to face to implement, to decide what is decided in international forums. And Minister Stea closed the session saying that the state plays a role in everything which is discussed here. Following that, we spoke about inequality in Latin America, and about this issue, so many people have recipes and prescriptions to develop the Global South. Almost always, prescriptions have been mentioned and put into place. The model which was prescribed for us in Latin America said, look, if that place around the equator, if it has democracy, if there is redemocratization, and if these states are reformed, there will be development. Well, in the 90s, we had from 78 redemocratization, and we see persistent inequality despite all that. So this does not add up when you do the math. This is the provocation of the panel. We then went into the state's role in creating ideal conditions for its own existence. Our debate today is not about this anymore. It is about democracy. You know, deep down inside, this is a debate which instrumentalizes the state to try to dehydrate our democratic process and establish governments which are more and more autocratic. José Bertolucci, on our last panel, mentioned how to sail troubled seas regarding climate change and developing countries, mainly the Global South. So towards COP, here we are. We spoke about Latin America, government's capabilities, and here we are. In the future of democracy, nationalism, misinformation, and one thing is certain, democracies have failed. Governments seem to go the same way. Democracies are demanding processes by nature. When you speak about elections, we look for democracies between elections and, so on. Therefore, my dear friends, we look for representation and diversity. Amongst this mess, some may say there is a trade-off between efficiency of democratic governments and their quality, which means the more democracy we have, the less efficacy in decisions. So decision-making involves making a choice, one end or the other. And so to open our chat, I would like to invite Minister Edilene Lobo. I want to thank you very much. She's from the state of Minas Gerais, my home state as well. So what about the right in this discussion to legitimacy of democratic institutions in Brazil? How far does it go? What is the limit of this right and duty? And I would go beyond. Does it end in some way, in any way, working against what we wish to get from these democratic institutions? And I speak about criminalization and issues related to this. So please help us think about this. Good evening. Thank you for this great opportunity. Celina, thank you. Yes, we are from our same estate. And as a legitimate citizen from Minas Gerais state, some things come to mind when we talk about all this. From an observer standpoint, so we wish to be happy. So this is why we want everything all the time, right now, immediately, instantly, and looking for happiness our own way. Each person takes us to, explorings and which means an ocean without a beach, if you will, the sand. I wish to be happy as well, so I bring some conjectures to the table. First of all, regarding rights. We have learned when you speak about democracy that outside of it, there is barbarians. Without rights, we would talk about an ocean without a sand, without a beach. Imagine the absence of contentions. But we also know that rights come from pressure. And for many, the law acts as oppression. So this debate regarding, the role of law to build consensus within a democracy is what is my reference. And speaking about democracy, rights, and law, the law, I would like to mention that yesterday, 37, it was our Constitution's happy birthday yesterday. 37 years of the National Constitution of 1988. And at the time they used to say when they signed it, Brazil will change Brazil. So I ask all of you, did Brazil change? Which direction did it take? Which problems does it face today, 37 years after that? So when you speak about the law, a project established for a certain society, it may be a contention which offers safety, security. It may also at the same time represents oppression. What we wish is that it reveal what the Brazilian Constitution establishes as a continent, this contention of this ocean to establish its beaches. Law must enforce, for instance, political representation, that it be, the face of the people, that we may be able to speak about, a photograph of political power, following a photograph of society. And when you talk about this in Brazil, specifically, you can see that there is a deficit of legitimacy, which we mentioned before. When I look at the Brazilian society, we are more than 212 million people, more than 100 million women. In this total, 60 million black women. And I look at the parliament, for instance, and up there I find 17% of women, 6% of black women. This is the photograph where I identify a deficit of legitimacy. The largest part of society is excluded, whereby you restrict the chance to development for a society. So when you speak about 37 years of our Constitution, I cannot envision the chance of surpassing authoritarianism, facing the public sphere, where the government has promised a lot, delivered very little, served as a trampoline for populist leaders, without talking about legitimacy. Speaking about is dealing with and prioritizing these great majorities, and I specifically refer to black women here today, and which are excluded and do not receive their fundamental rights. So, seems to me like in this conjecture scenario, we must truly talk about the idea which the Brazilian Constitution brought about in equity and parity, ethnic and racial one. This is my opening remark. Wow, great opening, Minister. Thank you. So, Miguel, now turning to you, what you brought up about this debt, social debt we have with 88's Constitution, which was a social contract, a social pact signed under that scenario and context back then. It is as like we had promised back then as the Brazilian society, the implementation of that group of rights the Constitution establishes as fundamental ones. Under this context, Miguel, today perhaps we find ourselves under two main transformations society is undergoing, which have to do with our central issue of this panel. First, climate change. Secondly, digital revolution. Do you believe we would have to talk about a new social contract, social pact? What would it be? Or social, environmental one? How may our institutions support it? Good afternoon. Thank you, ladies. What an honor to be here with you. Thank you, Chico Ministry, and for this invite. Before speaking about the social contract, let me talk about a crossroad we face between emergency situations, not only climate related, and existential crisis, which multiply fast, and the climate issues are its main motor or engine, and the issue of democracy, which requires, by excellence, and traditionally, dispute conciliation and synthesis. So we have an impasse regarding time. We need more and more to solve problems which come about unexpected. On the other hand, we have democracy is slow. It was conceived this way because it does require ample negotiations and conflicts being duly put. So this crossroad is tough to solve, and we must begin thinking about it immediately because existential crises multiply themselves more and more. I studied social sciences, and when I joined, I studied politics. So first of all, you study economics, introduction to political theory, Carl Schmitt, and I thought to myself, liberal democracy is going to be extinguished because it cannot handle climate change. Capitalism will throw it away, and a climate dictatorship will be institutionalized. But I was wrong. What we see today is a constant threat from the negating side to democracy. After this parenthesis, this question was exposed to the country, to the world during the pandemic very clearly. 5 years ago, when there was no vaccine, when COVID breaks out, you have governments trying to respond to this crisis in different ways. There are no pharma solutions, so you had to limit your freedom of coming and going of each and every one of us. Some governments adopted very strongly these policy measures. Others, such as Uruguay, more balancedly, and others adopted nothing from this policy. What we must look at, Uruguayans are always the exception, the good exception. So excluding them, I believe, if you take a look at these two kinds of answers to the pandemic, there are two very serious problems. On the one side, you have the trade-off, saving lives but limiting people's rights. For instance, Pedro Sanchez in Spain, Macron in France, and so many other people. Alberto Fernandes in Argentina, and so on. And undeniably, you'll have a population which, whom after a certain moment in time, don't trust these decisions anymore. They can't take it anymore. And they complain about sanitary dictatorship. They cannot put up anymore with this collective effort. So these are the governments who try to save lives. Governments who, try to keep freedom. This was not the goal. The goal was letting the weak ones die, such as the Brazilian answer to it. Just leave them to die. This was, under a point of view of electoral popularity, it cost us, but not so much. So we face a situation, a scenario where an existential crisis such as COVID, today we answered suspending this norm. The only solution democracy has is only, suspending the norm. So democracy can only deal with crisis when it becomes a regimen of exceptions. And you can't work this way, operate like this, because you will end up losing legitimacy towards your citizens. On the other hand, the government can't just say, look, I have nothing to do with this. It's a virus. If you're strong, you'll survive. If you're weak, you'll die. This and such is life. This is natural. So I believe we'll be more and more facing this type of situation. And this is what really worries me, because we cannot have such as an only answer a state of exception. Law cannot have as an answer to existential crisis the suspension of its own law to a micro state of exception to solve problems. So we need to think of a program which is more ample, broad, in two sides. On the one side, innovating within our democracy, multiplying possibilities and tools that democracy offers us, which means thinking more and more about representativity. For instance, Parliament doesn't have it, and probably never will, because the vote is not a good mechanism of representation. Perhaps what we could think of are citizen assembly. They are more reflective and reflexive than the Parliament. Either you paid or you were chosen by a party to win these elections. So beginning to think, I'm not saying let's close the parliament or extinguish institutions, but understanding that vote is a very limited tool and it cannot represent democracy faithfully. This is my first point regarding democracy experiences and democratic tools. It's interesting that there's a whole issue about negotiations of the center wing with the government, and you never talk about, public assemblies. I mean, there's a huge division in Brazil. Those who love Lula, those who love Bolsonaro, but there's no one to defend center wing, and none of these two gentlemen we have never thought about. In Uruguay, once again, it is an example. They use this tool in its democracy. Again, Uruguay is not the rule, it is the exception. So to raise a few issues, Brazil has been very innovative regarding participant democracy, but we left this legacy behind. In '88, when Olívio Dutra becomes the mayor of Porto Alegre in the south, he had very little support from PT party. So social movements demanded, and he had good government strategies at the time. So there is an ample field which allows us to deepen democracy. On the other side, democracy always means movement. And in movement, we always need, there are multiple movements, but we need somewhere to find speeches which bring back expectations for all of us. And it is difficult to create expectations with an idea of future when you are facing climate change, so many wars happening today. So as we mentioned before, this general fear and a cancellation of the future. So I believe that expectation-wise, this is our most defying challenge. We have democratic tools, lots of history and experiences. We should be brave to embrace them, not being afraid. We must build useful channels for the state to be accessible to society and vice versa, and to increase democracy. And then the consultation of expectations, well, I'll break here.
Te interrompendo.
Thank you.
Para o final, para todo mundo sair feliz daqui. Mas agora.
Well, now I believe that we have the Minister Edilene. She will have to leave. Yeah, I have only 10 minutes. Please forgive me. I hope you can invite me again. So that's why I'll be here until 5:30, so as I can go to my next meeting. So, Monica, I really would like to listen to you, because the vote by itself means only a little. We need to have some other tools of democracy. We have seen here in Brazil that the democracy, the representative democracy as Delegacy 1, we cannot give value to this important tool. I know that only because of the vote it wouldn't solve anything, but if not because of this, we wouldn't have the situation that we have today. It looks to me that the contribution that the vote gives to us by choosing a representative by this vote, we can work in scales. This is what we need, and we should deserve a long debate here. But just as a starting point, we can say that the Brazilian rights, for example, we have here some quotes for some candidates, 30% for women, for example. And this 30% is curious because we're not only talking about half of the number, but I was wondering that we have a great opportunity here to use a step further, because we know the number of chairs that we have, the number of positions in a collective way. This could be market places to assure that the people's choice would be the priority, and to use these reserved places to this historical excluded people. Maybe this could be the case to have a step further and to facilitate the vote as a right of the people and the opportunity to have some clean elections without any other kinds of structures. I would like to excuse. I have to leave. I'm so sorry for that. And thank you very much for this opportunity. Well, and it's especially curious what you said, because it reminds us that the democracy is about the majority and the majorities and also the minorities, because the democracy allows us to have these conditions. Because if the minority didn't have this right, they wouldn't be listened. We have a democratic model that allows us to have this position. And talking about rights, oh, I have to leave, so sorry. Okay, no problem. So, Monica, Miguel, in the end of his, in the middle of his speech, he was bringing the environmental issues to the conversation. So please help us out with this topic. This democratic issue and also the environmental problems, where are they mixing the ideas? What is the connection point? We maybe are getting to a situation where democracy, when we compare it to the climate emergency, maybe we couldn't assure the basic rights such as studies and some others. Maybe it's a huge risk to offer a real threat to our existent condition as a society. Can you please connect these two things with a more sophisticated way, as I did right now, please? Okay. Well, good afternoon and good evening. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you, Miguel. I would like to thank Chico because of this invitation for the second time. It's a pleasure to be here with you in this event. So my contribution here is based on this 15 years where I've been working, trying to bring science and climate inside of our politics. My first point of view has all to do with what the ambassador said here about being aware of what is happening around us. Sometimes we need to react to some things that is happening nearby. This first step has all to do with the fact that I thought that democracy was over in our country. I believe that I and Miguel, we belong to the same generation. Maybe he's 37 and I'm 40 right now. So we are inside of that margin where we can have committed a mistake. But I believe that my generation could be until some other things, but we were mistaken. This is the first thing. In 2024, I was in CPAC. I don't know if you know what it is. It's a Conservative Political Action Conference, which is a conference that was brought by the United States with the Bolsonaro's family. And I was there during 2 days, and I thought that I would listen to some vote and paper. And the word that I listened was democracy. I believe that we have an essential question here. I don't know if you're talking about the same thing, if we're talking about democracy, and probably we are not. And the concept must be explained. The opposite fields use the same word to refer to some completely different things and completely different behaviors. So, because of this, I don't know if when we're talking about democracy, maybe here, okay, but it's not something that is happening in the world out there. But I believe we're not talking about the liberal democracy with clean process, votes, and all of these things. And beyond that, I would like to reinforce some topics here. We have some failures in the democracy, as you said, in the point of view of climate changes, and that's the point where I will connect these two things. Maybe we can have some better and efficient methods to check these names. I believe that we didn't dedicate ourselves enough to understand some other variables about the climate changes. I'm talking about the loss of biodiversity, the hydric stress. And what I mean is we can have less emission of carbon and need to not eliminate that our country must be gentle with the nature. I don't know that if the carbon is the solution for all the problems. And part of my critique of the climate agenda is that we are only concerned about the carbon emission. And why do I believe that all these things are connected? We have an unbalanced country, the last in the world to end the slavery, and the climate is an accelerator of this unbalanced situation. So, here I believe that this climate agenda is failing in, for example, when you were saying that everything is a solution. In this year of COP30, Brazil have the opportunity to, and then you complete the sentence. Everything is opportunity as if it was all a new solution. But on the other hand, we are treating this topic as a catastrophe. We are having this heat in the planet, and therefore it's the end of the world. So if it's the future of the planet, the chance to repeat my behavior is gigantic, because I'm only a little dot in this world, so I have to be worried about something else. So I believe that we must have something on the way to have the opportunity to be honest. Not even everything will be the solution. Here we have an essential point in what you said. I believe that we have an environmental agenda, and this is more about economy of the countries, and everything will change from this point on. When we are talking about the critics that everything is a catastrophe, remember me, please, to connect this to Miguel's speech. When we had COVID, for example, the pandemic time, it was we could see that some people were richer than they were before the pandemic time. So there are some people that are really happy with this climate changes. I was in Russia, and Russia are really happy because this situation makes them have more areas to plant. So this means that the situation of the sea is better. So you see that there are some people that are really happy with this actual condition. And here we have a country where we have 25 of its production in the agro business and 20% in of the job of the manpower in this business. We have a very vulnerable position. The water condition is not the same. To produce food in the latest 50 years is one thing, but to produce food in the next 50 years is another thing. So we have an imbalanced situation here that really concerns me. And going to the end of my speech to be inside of the minutes that you gave me, we are basically talking here about the future. And I can mix here Cazuza and Renato Russo. The future is not as it was before, and the future cannot repeat the past. And climate, in my opinion, will bring a completely different reality. I'm very optimistic in general, but I believe that even having all of these evidences, we are not acting to block this climate change. I don't think it's the end of the world. So what will change will be the conditions of life that we have. We have some inevitable things about our panel of state and future. I don't know for sure if the Brazilian state is preparing or is prepared for this future. For example, there is no, and I'm really dedicated to investigate that, there is no clear look to what is happening to the Brazilian economy in a scenario of heating temperatures here in Brazil. If we know that 1 or 2 degrees above what we have as an average is not possible, it will go beyond what will happen to the soy, for example, or coffee, or plantation, or our infrastructure that we have now. We have some pieces of this information distributed in some researchers, departments all over the government. So we have 1 degree, 2 or 3, and it changes completely. For example, we have some regions of the countries that maybe we shouldn't be planting anything in that regions. Maybe we could have investments in solar panels, for example, but we are still doing the things as we did in the past. And just finishing my initial intervention, if the future is not as it was before, I believe that we'll have to look in a different way to our producer element for the future, and to take care about the new steps of our actual democracy to answer these questions. Thank you. Thank you once again, Monica. You brought a very qualified knowledge regarding to these topics. So now, Miguel, please tell us something about this reflection. How these democracies could be balanced, the electoral logic in a short term with the needs of changes in the structure that we see that are really needed, and it's a new demands that we have in this new reality. Oh yes, sure, yeah. Or may I add some other question? Because all of the time that we are talking about social participation and democracy, we always have the direct participation. So I will contextualize here. I'm not saying that I don't agree with the social participation. I defend this and I think they have a role. But do you believe that this direct participation would be a solution? Maybe this condo meeting would be a success, because at least I can tell you that in my place it never works. For example, this votation to ask someone, a common person that is worried about paying their bills if their kids are going to school or something like this, if they prefer an electoral system based on the majority or if it's a pure mixed structure, I don't know if it's wrong requirement. I don't know if we can only leave this to some part of the population, but I'm wondering if this meeting wouldn't be better. Well, so let's begin with this direct democracy. First thing is that I don't know if we're able to have a direct democracy for everything. So my first answer is that you must have a portfolio, a huge one, with some devices, some different devices. And why do I think it's important? It must be a real participation. We are used now in Brazil to the concepts and also to the old standards of this participated democracy, that the results are not the same. We have to consider that in the initial position, we have to treat this as a common thing, the decision-making process inside the democracy process. We don't have to create a meeting to debate the tax of the central bank, but we may have a meeting to have a debate about the fundamental topics, about values in the country, for example. We can debate, for example, some rules of how some institutions will work from this meeting on. We can use this participation in a city. I think it's really difficult to have the government creation such as this one because of the size and also because of the structure. It's not made to be like this because it's a complex system. But why do we have to treat the Brazilian cities as this? We don't have to consider that we should have a parliament for that. Maybe we may have a municipal trial, we could say that, but we really need to have different thoughts about this and about the counter measure that you commented. Well, about the counter, they are trading about people's interest, and I can't explain why people are not going there, but I believe that Bolsonaro's voters maybe will explain this, and we must take this into consideration. And I have to be clear here, I'm not one of them. I always criticize it, the ex-president, but I believe that this, with what we have seen, we could see recently a new will for politics. Population are really interested in this right now. I believe that for a long time people forgot about this or didn't take this into consideration. But I believe that this we can see many people very engaged and they feel important. They go to the streets and they believe that they are changing some things in the country. We have an element here that goes beyond politics that is very impressive, and also with the social networks it gets more and more effects because you want to show in your profile that you have some political positions and some political engagement. You want to sell an image of yourself that has all to do with a huge power that the citizens have. It's the power of the systems, and I believe that this matters. They now have a situation where it's harder to have a family, it's harder to be successful professionally speaking, and in some places these tendencies can be considered of excellent opportunity to exercise democracy here in our country. And that's why I believe that if we give them more power, maybe, and it's only maybe, we could have this new aspect of redemption. And it's a concrete thing. It's not only a speech, but in a concrete action. So I believe that it's something that I really believe, and this is only a bet, but I believe that it's worth it to think about it because the politicians have different dimensions that goes beyond the words. If it would be a rational game, we'd be here in a different climate position because the global problems are unbelievable. So rationally, we would be in another place, in another situation, to implement some rational politics. But it's not the case. And that's why I believe that it's an element that democracy brings to us and that it's really important. But I agree with you. I don't have an answer if it would be okay or not because we have only a few experiences that in fact distributed power effectively. France did this in back in the days, and Macron and the king did this, but it was, for example, in Ireland it worked well. Where they took this more seriously. It wasn't only a consultant for a king that has taken a decision to the final results. But it's important to have this participated democracy and should be here substituted or replaced by another solution in this short-term decision. And just to finish, bureaucracy that maybe is competent and and automatic defined could have a very powerful political class as it is today. To take this power from this class would be very good to the public administration in general.
Before opening for Q's and A's, if you wish, my contribution between these two political scientists, when he raised this element of metaphysics in politics, you should also consider populism. You know, the people's speech against politicians, and you know, there are several examples of those who monetize this and transform them into votes and popularity. So you survivors, let me hand it over to you. Any questions right now? Mr. Melchizedek, Melk, we are close friends from now on. Look, I totally agree with you. It's not only about Cuiabá. It's about many cities in Brazil. When you speak about government, state, there's a fundamental role in the Brazilian government in its various instances, federal, municipal, and state level, which a role which only they can play. And I am a huge enthusiast of it, and I'd like to congratulate the ministry in bringing this debate to the table and rethinking its existence and roles and attributes. Adaptation for me is crucial, and joining hands with democracy. When you speak about climate, you have two or three things to go. First of all, cleaning what has been already emitted and clean the atmosphere, which is warming the world. And the third pillar is the need to adapt our cities and life conditions to the new, scenarios. Flooding such as the one in the south last year and heat waves such as the ones in Cuiabá are more and more frequent and recurrent. Spain has created refrigeration centers for people. So from, X to X numbers of kilometers or miles, people suffer, the elderly and children. So they have places where you can hydrate,
Por exemplo, em algum tempo,
get some rest and regroup. Our children's learning and the youth will have more and more floodings and heat waves, kids unable to get to school, and what happens in Pernambuco up north right now. And I spoke to Raquel Lira, the mayor of Caruaru, which is classrooms are heating up. We do not rely and have air conditioning systems. And even if we did, there's no energy to turn on air conditioning systems. So who decides upon this? Do public resources go to air conditioning, to a refrigerator? In a country who has disvirtued the logic of national interest, and they have transferred this to the parliament, and it is a vital power.
Das parlamentares e inviabilizou.
And it is unfeasible. It is not viable today, even though it is a national interest. Not that there's not the concern of it. Yes, this one exists, but
Não era ator legítimo, mas eu acho que quem tem condição de fazer planejamento,
being able to plan executively and nationally, Brazilian society has played along. This has been going on ever since 2015, and our budget today, $50 billion, which represents 1/4 of the health system's budgets, is in the hands of the parliament and these politicians. So it's a lot of money in the wrong hands. You are correct regarding Cuiabá in the north of Brazil, but it's not only about that. There are many other cities. When we speak about flooding, I was provoking someone the other day. Floods in Spain in the beginning of this year, a Brazilian company was the one who brought knowledge, know-how, and technology to fight these floods. They had no divers, for instance, to rescue people trapped in safety belts. For instance, in disasters, you have internet interruption signals, so you have drones to repeat. All this will redesign the way we live, and I believe we are very, very far behind in this discussion, not only regarding Cuiabá, but in many other senses as well. First of all, congratulations. And just a quick reflection and thought. You know, I just thought about this, you know, bringing up, not for chauvinism, but the Uruguayan democracy. This combination you speak about, people want answers right away. They can't wait anymore. Enough of dialogue. We're looking for inter-party debates. I remember Robert Buchart, who speak of collaborative governance in three levels: macro, medium, inter-party, and a level more of participation locally and community-wise. At the same time, this must be combined with the needs of public policies. So what you say, we are very far behind if we speak about states of the future in fighting climate change. In Uruguay, the contamination of rivers killed us. We could not react. There's still a lot to do regarding that, you know. We're not prepared. You know, in Montevideo, we had a shortage of water supplies just a year ago. We had not prepared accordingly. So the thing is, how, again, with the ministry, MGI, you know, which skills must we develop and how should we operationalize this type of democracy? And there is the leadership. Do we have it to process these anticipations and preparation? I mean, we must reinvent ourselves in citizenships. Politicians, I mean, you know, let us not only reinvent more prisons and jails, but in the red zones of the country, people, homicide and narco-trafficking keeps on growing, and we have our arms crossed. I think we're going to lose legitimacy, perhaps. It's a far bet. You know, the finance ministries did not commit to climate change. So they lower our interest rates of our debt if we comply with and reach climate goals. So it's about having the leaderships and thinking of policies and implementing them. And these innovations, like I said, what you talk about, participation, and not a naive one, but we must create mechanisms of institutionalization, you know, public policies. And I mean, this is what we must continue to debate. Thank you very much. Uruguay's greatest problem is that it is too close to Argentina and Brazil, which complicates your life, unfortunately. What you bring, what you mention, Uruguay is an example in this continent, which is always striving for. First of all, you have a political elite, which is historically much better than your neighbors. And this is historical. You know, a political class which we envy, we all do. Secondly, as you said, I spoke about Porto Alegre, but I could have spoken of Montevideo. Tavares Vasquez, when he was a mayor back then in 1990, Uruguay uses public assemblies and discussions and debates and plebiscites, which are, you know, not different from the ones in Venezuela, which are used to concentrate even more power upon the president. So there are elements which are very unique to Uruguay. And Jairo had mentioned before that Uruguay is one of the total democracies I believe Chile is also considered one, but it's impossible to consider Chile totally democratic when the constitution was designed by Pinochet and they were never able to change this. So I prefer Brazil's constitution, even though we're not as democratic as Chile, but this is something which escapes from us sometimes. But of course, Costa Rica, Barbados, and Uruguay are plain democracies, you know, total and 100% ones. So Uruguay is very brave in testing. Your answer to the pandemic was very interesting as well. You open, you close, but I mean, you had a very interesting approach, and I believe you are exceptional in this continent. You still don't have a very strong far right wing, ultra right wing, such as other countries do, but there are very unique elements to Uruguay. One quick contribution regarding this, regarding what you mentioned. In transforming climate change in an interest by the Ministry of Economics. That's the key to design Meridiana. I spoke for 120 hours. I spoke to politicians, economists in many countries to understand who validates climate. And I spoke to Poland, Mexico, England, Italy, and Emmanuel here, a great partner, longtime partner. He introduced many of these people to me, and he eased the path for me. There was a pattern I detected. Many people did not talk anymore about climate or climate change. My job is to translate difficult subjects to students, politicians, and economists. I dove deeper inside, and today I came to realize that climate change today disengages people all over the world. There are countries and researchers which show in the European Union that there are citizens who are more afraid of the climate change policies than climate change's effects itself. So people are not very, worried about populations. They're going to destroy jobs. Therefore, I believe there's an essential task we must do, which is two of them. First of all, it's not only about the environment, it's about also economics, the economy, and people's lives. And secondly, I don't know how to solve this. I'm testing it back at work currently. How may we make climate not be a left-wing policy concern only? And what I understand is that perhaps I'm too pragmatic, is not speaking about climate. And today now I only speak about economics and development, growth. That's the thing. When I sit down with a senator, if I speak about the Ministry of the Environment and Climate, he gets up, walks away, and turns his back on me. And STF is also something people don't want to hear about anymore. So I am being open here because this is this seminar's role. But I never talk about climate anymore because I have come to realize that they don't engage environment either. Many people ask me, isn't this your role to educate people, convince people? And I answer, look, science knows about climate change for 50 years. This person sitting before me is 65 years old, has the power to vote. If I am required to convince them in any way of anything to then speak about agenda, it will be impossible. Sometimes I have 2 minutes to walk with them so I don't have time to convince them about science and nature or anything. So I have changed my speech because I've noticed that they disengage. When you speak about paper vote, I just turn off and I walk away. Same thing about climate change. Well, look, very well. I want to thank you very much for your participation. We were 4 up here, yes, and our survivors. So have a good evening, everyone, and we'll see you tomorrow to debate some more. Thank you kindly. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our panel. Thank you, the audience, in this first journey, States of the Future 2, towards COP30. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you very much.